Ladies and gentlemen, all binary friends, we are here on Championship Sunday, the last day of Panamerica Trackmania Cup. I am your host, Randomize, and with me I have JoJo Making. We have some amazing games coming up in front of you. Only a few players left here for you in this tournament, and it's all coming down to just a few matches. But before we get to the grand finals, before we even get to any of the finals, we have the gauntlet of the losers brackets as well. I hope you're all ready for it, ladies and gentlemen, as I am too. So let's get our faces on the screen. Here we are. I hope you're all doing well. Again, I am Randomized with JoJo Making. JoJo, how you doing? Are you hyped for this? What's going on in that mind of yours?
I could not be more excited. It's been a terrific weekend of Trackmania. Every single match, the players keep pushing more and more pace, and it's all coming together for one final day.
Yeah,
it's going to be awesome.
It is going to be an intense day of Trackmania for sure, because, you know, this is it. This is it. Final day. And like I said, we have some brackets we got to get through. We have some lower half of the bracket to get through, as well as the upper brackets. I mean, so right now, currently sitting in the lower bracket is BMQS, Raceland, Munster, and Rookie in one match. And then we have Fegley, Zettins, Kios, and Tom Byrne in another match. Now, I have to say to you, JoJo, one of the things that blows my mind is the fact that one of those names that I said, Fegley, is in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to catch me up, because unfortunately I was also competing and then got eliminated. So catch me up on that. What went wrong for Fegley?
Look, in some of the matches, Fegley ran away with it. He's had terrific pace, and I still think he has a chance to win this whole thing. But consistency's tough in rounds. You slip up for a few minutes, you find yourself behind, and you find yourself in the loser's bracket. So Fegley, gonna have to push pace today. Part of the reason I'm excited to watch his feature match, that's the one that we're doing in a little bit. And it should be a great fight with Zettins and the others.
Yeah, no, I agree. Now, on the other side, on the winners bracket final, we have Neil, Lingo, North, and Charles waiting for these matches to happen. We still have two matches to get through before we're even going to really let these guys actually play. Two or one. I may be incorrect on exactly the order of how things are happening. Yeah, two matches happening. Two matches are happening before those guys can start playing. Now, let's just kind of break down on what's going on right now. So we have the loser bracket round 3, which are all the names I said, and then we have the loser bracket round 4. The top two of both matches are going to be going into the next match, and then we have consolation matches for people to really nail down the position they got. But unfortunately, we will not be able to see those matches, as we have others, you know, players who are still not eliminated competing. But we're looking at that winner's side. Who do you think we may see come down to the losers bracket for all these guys to go up against? Who do you think is going to be the wall for these 8 players that they have to go through if they want to see that finals?
That's a tough question.
Yeah,
you know, with I gotta look at a guy like Lingo. I don't think any of them are coming. I can't pick one that's gonna come down. But could I see a world where Lingo gets behind early and it rattles him a bit? Maybe. But I could also see that just fuel him even further and get like 3 world records. So I don't know how to pick.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I don't think we would ever see Lingo come down to the losers bracket. It would blow my mind if he did. Now, I may be a little bit biased because we do have an air member chilling out in that upper bracket final, Charles. Kyle said it the best the other day, that Charles is pretty much the dark horse. When people are saying PATC, who's going to win, it's constantly conversations of Neil, Lingo, North, who else am I missing? Fegley. You know, these are the 4 names that kept crossing people's minds when they said the winners. But then you have Charles, who is sitting in the upper bracket final, and you have Fegley down in the lower bracket, and not even like the lower semis. He's in the lower quarterfinals. Like, he's got a lot of work to go through. So, I mean, if I really had to answer my own question, I feel, funny enough, like I would think Neil and Lingo will be the ones who will make it to the grand finals, and we'll have Charles and North be that big wall, the wall of China, or a wall somewhere else that some guy promised to put up that never happened. They will be that wall that these other 8 players are going to be watching have to go through if they want to see that grand finals. But now let's kind of zone in on the match we are going to be watching. So we are currently going to be broadcasting to you Fegley, Zettins, Kios, and Tom Byrne. So talk to me now, Jojo. Out of these 4 players, who do we expect to just take off at the beginning, and who do you think may or may not make it? Because there's always going to be that one that just I always feel like there's always that one that's going to dominate, and then there's the one where we get into a double finals, triple finalists, and that one just barely squeezes by.
Yeah, like we mentioned it early, Fegley's got to be the favorite, but one of the things I'm particularly interested in is Zettins. Early in one of the rounds, I think it was round 2, he gave Lingo a fight. They were finalists at the same time, a point away from each other the whole time. And if that's the pace that Zettins can put up, that means he can fight for the finals, in the grand finals, for this whole thing. So I'm really interested to see the fight between Fegley and Zettins, and I love a Cinderella story. We haven't got one yet, at least not in the losers bracket, so Kios, Tom Byrne, show me what you got, boys.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that kind of makes me interested to see is what Kios is going to do and Tom Byrne's going to do, because those 2 guys definitely have the willpower and they can do it. It just comes down to whether or not they can do it. But I hope you guys are all excited, because we're going to have to find out, and the only way we're going to find out is from the game itself. We are going to be starting here in the losers bracket quarterfinals. Again, we have Fegley, we have Zettins, Kios, and Tom Byrne, and on the other side, we have BMQS. Raceland, Munster, and Rookie will be in a different match, so they are going to be warming up for 1 minute, and then it's all going to come down to this. So Jojo, I don't know what to expect, because, again, it blows my mind that even someone like Fegley and even Zettins are down here. I know I say early. It's day 4. Day 2 for them, but it's day 4 in reality. And I guess there's just not enough room on the upper bracket, right?
There just isn't. But you say something interesting. The word early can mean a lot here, because if you're going to get through grand finals from losers bracket, you're going to be playing Trackmania for the next 3 or 4 hours. So you have to keep consistency, and you have to keep energy. So the word early is going to matter. Are we going to see players push and then fade, or are we going to see guys that can kind of hold their pace together, maybe just fight their way through the brackets without really flashing anything, and save the energy for the last couple rounds for a huge upset?
Yeah, no, I like the way you say that. There is a lot to go on. And I want to let you know, as this race is about to start, the other match has started. I do have it up here on the screen for you. So we'll be able to update you on what's going on both matches. So don't worry about that, folks. You're not missing much, as their match has already started. But here we go. We are now starting Day 4, Championship Sunday of PATC. And what a good start coming out here, as Fegley, Kios, and Zettins are all battling it up. Tom Byrne also in this fight. Oh, right as I mentioned him, Tom Byrne slips a little bit behind. Kios able to overgain into 3rd place. Fegley
fight that I was talking about, Zettins and Fegley up in the front. On board here with Zettins. He's trying to chase Fegley. He's going to lose a little bit in the first drift, but he's really going to push the outside dirt turn.
Fegley?
And that's our first crash of the day.
Fegley! What a play. I mean, I understand it's one of the hardest start turns in all the map packs, but man, usually you just lose your gear, not lose your wheel, but that ended up happening, and that's going to be round 1, as Zettins will be the one to take first place, and Kios Fegley will fall down. Is this a sign, Jojo? Is this the early sign of what's to come?
I don't know. Kyle makes a tough track. I gotta think that a player of Fegley's caliber is going to come back, but it's a scary start for him.
Yeah, no, I mean, it definitely isn't the hardest track, in my opinion. It's probably the 2nd hardest track, and I apologize before if I was blowing anyone's eardrums. I just realized my gain was extremely high. But, ooh, Tom Byrne actually makes an early mistake, so he's going to be out of there while Zettins is chasing behind Fegley and Kios. But yeah, no, this one of these tracks is a high demanding track, in my opinion, in this entire map pack. One of the hardest ones, and it's one of the best ones, in my opinion, because it really feels competitive. It really shows you what you can push a player on a mixed track here, as Zettins and everyone else was actually able to keep their fourth gear, one of the hardest gears to be able to hold on to. This drift is scary. Zenz actually goes on the inside. Fegley just barely misses the wall. Kielsa's trying to gain some speed, but it won't happen. 86 thousandths of a second between Kielsa and Fegley.
What a great race. Zetten's in third place with no shame of a time, only 1.169 behind. And we spoke about it a lot yesterday. This risky fin, not only is it risky, man, it's punishing if you miss it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a funny risky, right? And the reality is that it's not hard to get. You just point at it and you can jump at it as long as you stay on the inside of the grass. The hardest part about it is, someone messing up. The hardest part about it is trying to get some, like, no slides or SDs in that grass to build the speed to overtake someone by a little bit. That's the hardest part of that final moment. And you see how many times it gets people to trip up, and unfortunately, we have mistakes early as Fegley is already +2 behind. Kios is also starting to fall behind. Tomburn and Zettens, the two Canadians up in front. Well, one of them is a fake Canadian. He takes the extreme French Canadian.
Let's hop on board with Tomburn here. He had a tough start to the day so far, but he is pushing Zettens for that first place. A ton of speed through the end. It won't be enough. And the risky fin does not take any victims so far.
Yeah, no, everyone's been able to clean up that ending. I know, like, that last drift is a hard one. People have been struggling a little bit about that one. But Zettens will start pulling away in the lead here as Fegley will fall down. And just, excuse me there. I didn't mean to click that button. Sorry about that. As I bring in the other screen, just so you guys can kind of see, BMQS is currently up in the lead, 26 points. And Rookie is the one behind. But Raceland ends up winning that last round. So tight matches going on that other side. We'll keep you in tune or keep you up to date on that one. Excuse me. But here we are back in this main one. And whoa, what happened to Tom?
You know, a little bit of a symptom of his entire day so far. He does show that he has pace, so hopefully he'll bring it back. But Fegley's the one that's behind Tom now. So let's hop on board with Zettens, who's in a fight with Kios at the front. He's going to get a nice drift. Gains a bit more speed, and now it's the crazy dirt turn. A lot of people have missed it today. He risks it a lot more than Kios. It's going to gain him a ton of speed into the plastic section here. He should have a lead if he does not make a mistake.
Yeah, Kios ends up like playing more on the inside of that dirt. It's definitely a safer turn, but it's a much slower turn. And a new best time of 53.2. Okay, not bad. I mean, you can definitely squeeze out a 52 on this map, and it's insane if you can get a 52. But a 53.2 to start the day, I'll take it. That's pretty good. And that's the last round on the first map, Artificer, made by Kyle, the man that has the evil laughs every time someone fails one of his jumps. But yeah, so first map done, 4 rounds in, and we are already moving in to our next match. Oh, who was that? Oh, that was one of the Hispanic casters. I was so confused who got in here. But yeah, well, his ends up in front, exactly what we both expected, JoJo. But someone is not. It's a close match, but Fegley's in third right now.
Yeah, Fegley's gonna have to keep it up. We spoke about consistency and holding your energy throughout the day. Possible Fegley's still kind of getting into it, still waking up. Coffee's got to hit him. But it's got to hit him fast because there's no time to be in the bottom 2 in this match.
Oh, speaking of coffee, thank you for reminding me. I still have a little bit of coffee to get down because I was doing a bunch of other projects before this.
Even better. There's occasionally when the coffee hits you a little bit better than you thought it was going to. Maybe put a little bit of extra sugar and milk, and then it just warms your entire soul.
That was me this morning. I had to get a cold brew because I had to go play organ at a church. Man, that cold brew hit so perfectly. The music sounded so good. My voice was in tune today. It was a good start of my Sunday until all of a sudden I forgot that we're starting a little bit earlier today. And I had Marcel, I had JoJo, I had everyone pinging me going, hello, where are you? And I'm like, I'm right here. What do you mean? And yeah, that's why your ears got blasted at the beginning because I didn't have time to adjust the volume. So I apologize about that, but anyone that's not apologizing is these 4 players as they get into the second map, which is E² by Ski Freak. And this map is, it was mentioned earlier, but for anyone that doesn't recognize it, it's a flatline challenge map. The entire map that is driven on, not the scenery, but the entire map that everyone's driving on, are pieces that are directly on the stadium ground. So that's why some of the transitions are a little funny because you're only limited to so many.
That I didn't actually know that, and it makes a lot of sense because we'll see it in a second. Highlight a part of the map that you're just driving on the stadium grass.
Yeah.
And when you're doing a flat challenge like that, that's a really sweet way to bring in the scenery to highlight your goals.
Oh yeah. Using the stadium grass is a big deal when it comes to you doing flatline because at that point you just might as well use that as your grass. You don't really need much else. But speaking of grass, Zeddins ends up tapping his wheel, falling behind, and this drift is so awkward. So Kios is now coming in. He's gonna go for the risky finish, and he's able to get that one. And Tom Byrne even jumps over Zeddins, all from that tiny little touch that he could not get the speed he needed to get through that drift at the end. And Zeddin goes from first to last. It just like that one little mistake. That's why it's so important to never DNF, because you never know who's gonna make a mistake up in front of you.
Yeah, that was a bad showing for the safe fin gang. It's the first time I've seen it used this weekend, and it takes our first place leader into 4th place. But he's got the points to spare, so it shouldn't hurt him too much as long as he can come back here. On board with Kios, who has started off terrifically well today. He's really pushing pace with our top players, and he's in 3rd, but he has a ton of opportunities to win this round. Into a tight drift. Now he's losing a bit of speed. He'll have to catch up. Tight dirt section. Looks like it's all going okay. But the first caster's cursed.
Yeah, you just had to curse him. I saw it. He had a good line, and then you were like, get tight dirt, and he went, what? Tight punk right into the wall. Unfortunately there. But speaking of tight dirt, ooh, did Tom touch? Oh, Tom had a little bit of airtime. He's going to lose some speed as Fegley is going to try to gain, but Tom Byrne recovers really well, playing those inside lines, has a little bit of a wider drift. And I saw that Zenz is going to clip the wheel, and all 3 of them are going to get in there. A new best time from Tom Byrne, a 104.2. That's okay.
That was an impressive end. None of them got that little bounce before the risky fin clean, and they all managed to get into that risky fin, making it look a lot easier than it actually was.
It's a nightmare of a risky fin. I will let you know, JoJo. It's funny how you said, like, it's the first time this week we saw anyone using the safe finish. Well, thank you for not casting the lower brackets, because I think I use the safe finish every time except once, because, yeah, this is a map. Oh, speaking of being safe, Tom Byrne ends up just smacking a wall, so he's gonna take the nice easy way around the map. Unfortunately for him, Fegley also falls behind, so on board with Kios and Zettins as these two are battling it out. Again, Zettins has a better drift line, allowing him more exit speed, but Zettins then smacks the wall. Kios is kind of alone by himself, and Zettins is just a little bit behind him. It's going to be between these two. Fegley's in a spot where if either of these two make a mistake, he can gain a position.
Yeah, and the real story so far this match has been who is not going to make the mistake on the outside dirt lines. It's really been the difference between first and last place in half of the round so far.
Yeah, dude, I lost count. I keep losing count.
What just happened to Zettins?
Oh, no. Well,
It didn't punish. It didn't punish. It didn't punish. He still came second.
I think he thought he was going to clip. I'm not 100% sure if he was going to clip that hole, but he did get a little bit of a weird bounce, and his car started turning left. So I think at that point he just kind of abandoned ship and, said, Jesus, take the wheel, because it was a bit of a scary moment there. But yeah, you were right. That was half. This is the last round here on E Squared, and I'm pretty sure everyone is feeling the relief as they're going into their final round here, because this map is very difficult. It is, I liked how CD did, where he had a little bit easier maps for the qualifiers, and now that we're in the invited, the higher skilled players, he's like, all right, let's just throw you in some of these really hard maps, and here we are in this one. And we actually have a race now. All 4 players are in this battle. Kios ends up going for a weird inside drift, so he unfortunately will start to fall back.
What just happened to Fegley?
Fegley, I think, just clipped the hole a tiny bit. I'm not sure. He just ends up slipping back a little bit, and he was gone. I don't know.
That just looked like his friend unplugged his controller.
Yeah, you're right. He just, yeah, like he hit a no engine that was not there, but somehow it happened to him. It was, it's like those Need for Speed moments where they shoot you with the EMPs and your car just stops working. Tom goes high there and a little bit scary. Fegley finds the little key, the coin slot, and he does make the jump. But unfortunately for Fegley, will go all the way down into 4th place again. Fegley is a little bit in a rough shape right now, as you know, Kios is starting to run away from Fegley.
Yeah, keep in mind, today the point limit is 121 points. So we're getting close to the halfway mark, and Fegley finds himself, or at least halfway before the first finalist, and Fegley finds himself in clear third.
Okay,
Not where he wanted to be.
I do want to clarify that one because I do apologize. For some reason, when you use the comp tool, it says up to 121. It's still 120. That one is part of the code for the comp tool to be able to decipher whether or not the person is a finalist or a winner.
Interesting.
So, yeah, it's a weird code thing. We're gonna ignore it. You don't worry about it. But let's check out on the other game right now as we can see the score. BMQS 55, Rookie and Raceland are both tied for third in 42, and Chef Munster is at 45. It's a pretty tight game going on over there. So again, we'll keep you up to date with that. I'm pretty blown away to see how that one is going, but we are still here in the first batch of matches of the day as the boys are starting to warm up. Now, you got to see a lot more than I did. Is there anything that I need to know player-wise? Who does better on what map? Like, do you have any idea about that?
It wasn't that discernible. For the most part, the players that were dominant on all the tracks. What I will say is the maps that were a part of both the qualifier and the finals had more consistency for all of the players. So I'm really excited to see some tighter races with a few less bonks too.
Really? Well, that's good to know, I guess. A little surprised about that. I mean, these are the better players, so less bonks makes more sense to me. But I don't know. Just something told me that E squared was going to be the one that will be the, you know, that we call it skill issues, skill check. We call speed checks. You know, we have these words called checks, right? In especially in Trackmania, I feel like E squared is the stress check, or the what's the word I'm looking for? You know, the nervous check. How nervous are you?
Check. Yeah.
Yeah. How nervous are you that you're gonna make a mistake? As I say that, right as I jumped on Tom Burns' screen, he made a mistake clipping that back wheel, so he's out of this race. Kios, though, up in front with Fegley following behind, and Zettens is gonna be the third one crossing that line. Kios is starting to come after Zettens. He's staring at that number. He knows I gotta get that.
Kios has had a great start to the day, and if he keeps up this momentum to the rest of it, is going to make a huge push for grand finals. It's been impressive so far.
I'm rooting on for Kios because finally we have a different Brazilian competing. It's always Manox. It's always Manox competing. Manox wasn't here, so Kios has to step up to be the representative of Brazil. And I have to say, I think he's doing a great job. Kios is currently trying to work his way through, but ends up going a little bit wide here, had to release, so he's going to start to fall behind with that weird drift. Oh, Tom Byrne ends up clipping the back left wheel and that transition, so he's going to be out of this race. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to recover. Already +5. Yeah, he's going to be out of this one. Fegley and Zettens up in front, though, neck and neck as they go into the grass line. Either of them both really pushing that line, trying to get on those insides on all the slippery parts to really cut back on losing that speed. The closer you are to the inside, the better it is. But Fegley is going to take round 2 with a new best time of a 52.7. Not bad.
Not bad at all. And what we saw in a couple of rounds yesterday, the difference between first and second place would come into how tight of an inside turn can you take before this risky fin. And so far in this match, everyone's been taking it pretty safely, not too tight. And that's why we haven't seen anything crazy in that last second of the map.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to how much more they want to push. And I know there's a map where we're going to be seeing a lot of inside lines that should be coming up soon, that I know a lot of players like myself dread. And it rhymes with Dornu. I don't know. I couldn't think of a word that rhymes with it, unfortunately. But yeah, that map is the thing that has a lot of inside lines. That's going to be a lot of pushing. Kios ends up falling behind. Tom Burn's still pretty far back. So Kios is still somewhat in the race, but not for long. Fegley and Zettens, again, the two we expected to be up in the front. are currently battling this one out as they both go for the inside line. And Zetins, unfortunately, slides a little bit more than he probably wanted at that end. So Fegley will be in first end, falling behind 1.19 behind. Not too bad when you're in rounds. I feel like if you can be within the 1/10, that's a good race. But if you're, if you got 0.1 or something, it's still not bad. You have pace. You can take on that other player.
I've had this comparison before in basketball. If you have like a 10-point lead, how do you equate that to the same lead in like soccer? I always said that a 10-point lead in basketball was like a 1-goal lead in soccer. Do you think a 0.2 lead in Trackmania is like a 1-goal lead in soccer?
Ooh, that's a good question. Yeah, I would say somewhere around there. I would even say 0.3, but it also depends on the. Imagine this, where you know how like you talk about in soccer, but like we could see the radar of how fast that kick was. It all really depends on that. Like that last goal, was it a 92-mile-per-hour kick or something? I know that's a little crazy, but it also just shows you what the kind of damage they can do. So yeah, you're only 1 goal away, but they're also 1 goal away from extending from you, and that's what makes it hard. Fegley gets a new time with a 52.6. He's pushing. Kios was right there, exactly what I was saying. Within that 1/10 of a second, and Kios, man, he fell down into third, but he's right there. I guess we are in a 1 soccer goals length, like you said.
Yeah, and sneaky. We're talking about pushing there right at the end. Zetins actually took that really inside line before the frisky fin, which I didn't see him do for the rest of the maps, or at least for the rest of the rounds on that map. So we knew he had the pace. Doesn't seem to be pushing it as much as he can. Do you think it's nerves?
It's definitely nerves. Nerves are kicking in because it is scary to think that you are right there, but it can come down to just your mistake. That's the hard part about Trackmania. It's your mistake that could potentially lose you the round or even the game. But speaking of what you can do, I just want to really tune in real quick to the other map. Raceland and BMQS are currently tied 78-78. Rookie falls behind with a 55. And Chef Munster is holding third place. Chef Munster was like fighting for the lead just a little while ago. And now BMQS and Raceland are the ones battling it out in trying to get the first place to move up in the lower bracket. So these are some tight matches, man. I'm very happy to see this is what we started with today.
Keep an eye on Raceland. In my prep for today, I saw he had a lot of top 5 public times on these maps. If he has pace and no one's expecting it, he can catch people off guard. That might be our Cinderella story coming out of losers.
I would agree with that. And I just want to let you know, the two of them that are battling out for the front, it was a .078 difference between BMQS and Raceland in that last round. So, yeah, there's some competition going on over there. And again, we'll keep you up to date with that as we go into the first round of Yoru. Made by Spec and featuring Whiskey. So you knew once you saw that name that this was going to be a difficult map to play. And I believe Kios ends up making a mistake at the beginning. So Kios will be out of this race for now. But this map is a very challenging map, just like the other two that we were talking about earlier. So anything can happen.
It really brings out the best in all of our players. You basically have to memorize all of these lines, and you have to preemptively turn on so many of them. There's nowhere you can really safe it.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, there really is not much room to save. And speaking of saving, Tom ended up flipping his wheel. So Kios is going to be able to jump up into third place as Tom's struggling to regain that speed. You know, that's like one of the hard things. We talk about the line. We talk about remembering the line, how to do the line. You start to build this muscle memory. And then when you make mistakes, you almost go, how do I do this now? How do I finish? Tom actually jumps over Kios by 0.3 hundredths of a second. Kios had a chance for third.
Tom doesn't have a lot of time left. If he's going to make a move to try to stay alive in this tournament, it's got to happen right now. And a jump like that is going to help.
Yeah, that's definitely going to help. It's not much of a point difference. I mean, it's a 10-6-4-3. So it's just a 1 point difference between third and fourth. But that 1 point can make a difference later on. Especially, we saw it the other night, the other game. I forgot who it was, but it was one of the last matches where Charles ends up sniping and getting second place. I think it was against Fegley, who had 119 points and no matter what, had to wait one more round to be able to go into finalist mode, and that bought enough time for Charles to end up sniping that position and bring Fegley down to where we are right now. So, you know, you say, you know, you're running out of time, definitely, but you can also, you can really control how much time you have by pushing more and more. Even if that other player gets finalists, as long as they don't get first, as long as you can take that first place from them, you're controlling the game at that point. But Kios, nice time, a 101.05, almost getting that sub 101, and that's, if you get a sub 101 in this map, that is insanely good.
Yeah, that was the mark I had to beat. If I saw a 101 or a sub 101, I would be bowing down to the players, and in rounds, that's extremely difficult to do with your life on the line.
Also, just want to point out one thing. I saw it in the chat. Yes, soccer. This is NCSA. There's North America. There's USA in there. To us, it's soccer, okay? We got football, where we kick pigskin around and tackle each other for it. And then we got soccer, all right?
I'm
just
glad
had to clarify that.
We agree on that one. Yeah.
yeah, North, shut up. Back into this match now. Kios was in third, falling back into fourth place, but looking for that inside line. It gets Topper. Whoa, Zens. That's the worst part about a sausage drift. If you do not get the drift right, you try to push a little bit too much, you end up getting too much speed and start flipping over that little bit of sausage. So Zens will fall behind, and the person that he did not want to win that one would be, I would say, Kios, because he's the one that's close enough to him. And luckily, Kios was the one in third place. Fegley busted out Zedens from that one. So
Kios, take a look at the scoreboard. Take a look at that scoreboard. Fegley now in the lead, 103 to Zetten's 91. That swapped quickly. You have to look at around like that one where Zetten's crashes, and gotta wonder, we spoke about checks earlier. Here's Zetten's gut check. We'll see if his nerves hold up now.
Oh, I like that. Gut check. I'm using that from now on. Hope you didn't copyright that one, because I like that.
All yours.
Speaking of gut, Tom, it looks like he's not playing with all of his guts. He is falling a little bit behind. That plastic is a nightmare, especially if you lose that gear, but he does a really good job in this grass part. Catching up into the pack, a little bit wide here and taking some air. Tom's going to he's going to start bouncing around. Kios also ends up bouncing around. That's not what you want as Kios right now, because you are trying to catch up to Zens, and falling down into fourth place is not looking good. Fegley does want to get first and try to get into finals mode a little bit quicker, but Zens could take advantage of this, get into first place, and get over that 100-point mark. You know, when you get there, you just need about 2 more first places to get yourself into finalists. And a new time, a 1:09. There we are. That's what I was talking about. That's a really good time by Zetens.
There's the sub 101, and interestingly, Zetens and Fegley were neck and neck there until Fegley decided to take the low line on the platform slant, and that made 0.2 of a difference, and not a sub 101 anymore.
Yeah, and I just want to, again, while we are in this warm-up and just trying to bring it into your attention currently, the other match, as we move on to ping pong, both matches are on ping pong now. BMQS is up in the lead, 107. Raceland 101. Rookie, unfortunately, still in fourth place at 78, leaving Munster in third place with 82 points. We have 2 players over that 100 mark in the other game as well. So right now it's looking like BMQS and Raceland will be the 2 to move on. Rookie and Munster got a little bit of work to do, but we will see and keep up with them. And we can actually see this match going on right now as Rookie is climbing up into second place. BMQS is just kind of dancing around him. Raceland is up in front as they are starting to move into that risky line, that risky finish that Kyle adores so much. And just like that, Raceland and BMQS will be the top 2. Again, that is not what you want as Rookie. Unfortunately, that's not going to look good as he's going to start falling behind. He had the opportunity to get in there, but unfortunately, it will not work out for him. I know it's a little bit small, but I'm not trying to take up all of the screen, this beautiful screen of my map. Okay. But yeah, so BMQS, Raceland, both won first place. And they just need 1 first place to get that finalist mode. But BMQS, yeah, even if he gets second, he will have to go one more round to get that one. So I'll be able to help you out and work with you guys on that one in just a little bit as we move on to our first round of ping pong.
Now that we're on.
Oh no, what happened? Someone's gone.
Already?
Zens bonks the wall in the grass, that evil little turn that mapper made that allows you to slide out into the wall. How could he?
How dare he? What a maniacal human being that guy must be. I hope I never have to cast with him.
Yeah, I know. Oh, well, you casted with both of them, unfortunately for you. But here we are, Fegley up in front, Kiosk following. This is good. Ooh, Tom ends up making a big mistake, clipping his wheel. I've actually never seen someone clip their wheels there. So Fegley does not risk too much, as that it was a little scary. Ooh. Okay, Fegley, 49.7. That's a good way to start this map. That's a great time.
If you're Fegley, you're in the lead, you get 10 points with a win, and you see Zettens come fourth. And you are now guaranteed finalist after this round. You got to be feeling extremely confident.
Yeah, I also just want to really update real fast. Raceland is currently in finalist mode. The MQS looking to try and get that one. So on your screen, I have both matches going on. I know it's a little bit small, but we'll be on board with Raceland on that one, as you can see him up in front. Back in our game, though, Tom Byrne again making a mistake at the beginning. So Kios, Zettens, and Fegley are moving up for it. And again, I do see the question. I did clarify it earlier. 121, it's just a comp tool glitch. It's still 120.
So everyone's going. We were guaranteed to have a finalist at the end of this, but we still have a battle in first place between Zettens and Fegley. Zettens needs his confidence back, and if he can steal away a win from Fegley, it might help a little bit, but it's not going to happen. In the end, not too many points, but Zettens is really going to have to make a push because Fegley is now in finalist mode, and Kios is not far behind.
Yeah, and I mean, Fegley is dropping some good times on this map. Zettens needs first place. So not only does Zettens need first place against the finalists, he needs first place to force Fegley to not get finalists. Because in the reality of the things is, sure, only the first and second person will move on, but you want to get that first place because it does tend to put you in a little bit of a better seating position. You know, so we will see what will happen here. Zettens is actually working his way up right now in fourth place, though, but it is a tight pack. Zettens sliding a little bit there. He's gonna hop over that little corner, but he does seem to keep his speed. Tom Byrne finally in this match. We see what potential he can do on this map. Tom Byrne really pushes that corner. He did clip that last time and makes it work. He also ends up bouncing up. Fegley up in front. Tom trying to get on the inside, but he's not going to get in there. Fegley will be our first victor here in the loser bracket round 3 or the quarterfinal losers. So congratulations, Fegley. You move on.
That was impressive from Fegley. He had the red number on the back of his car, and he was in first place from start to finish. And that's going to put the pressure on Zettens and Kios, who very sneaky. If Kios gets 2 wins, he's in finalist. So Zettens only has a few rounds to close this one up.
And I also want to point out, Raceland is the first finalist to be done. He is in first place in the other match. And what's even crazy about that is that BMQS was in the lead the entire match, and Raceland was still able to get first place in that other match. So good on you, Raceland, to be able to pull that one off. So now we are here with Zettens, who still is looking to get finalist mode. He also falls a little bit behind, and Tom Byrne is going to be the one battling it out with Zettens.
Yeah, it looks like with Fegley out of the race, it seems that Zettens has calmed down a little bit. He's been holding the lead so far, and he's got a better line outside of that dirt. It looks like he has the speed, he gets it! What a snipe! That's going to put him into finalist mode.
What a finish! Zettens, he was behind. He looks like he was behind that whole time, and somehow he had more speed in the air and was able to close that one out with 16 thousandths of a second. That's mind-blowing. Good round out of the two of them.
That was a great finish for ping pong. We're set up back on Artificer. They've already played this today, so hopefully they're more warm on it. But Zettens, he's got 1 or 2 more rounds at most before Kios is scaring him into elimination.
Yeah, he does. And That's the beauty and the scare of being in this position. You're in finalists. Like you said, you have a couple rounds before anyone else touches finalists. But Kios is a first place and a third place away from getting finalists. So you have 2 tries before Kios potentially becomes a finalist. 2, maybe 3, maybe. But we'll see.
What worries me for Kios is in all of these rounds where Fegley and now Zettins are really pushing pace, it's Tomburn that's been fighting for first place, not Kios. So if Kios is going to fight his way out of elimination, he can't be relying on Tomburn. And if he does rely on Tomburn, then Tomburn's going to get finalist. So Kios, now's your time, boss.
I do want to say GG's to Raceland and BMQS, who has also made it moving forward. So that means Rookie and Chef Munster are going to be officially eliminated. They're just playing for the third place now, and then they're going to play their consolation matches. So GG's to them. Good on you for doing what you can do. And of course, thank you for playing in our first PATC. Hopefully more to come in the future. But here we go. We are in our first round. The second time we saw this map, as Tomburn is going to try and push and get back in this game.
Yeah, he's going to take a different lines than Zettin does, and it's not going to pay off. Zettins is back in the lead with that red 1 on his car back. Tom cuts right over the grass corner. That will not cost him. He actually gains time, and then a different line again on the dirt. We've seen this a couple times now. Everyone hits the triangle CP, and now it's a dirt section. Tom getting it slightly better with more speed, and the same recurring theme. Tom is the one that's pushing Zettins, not Kios, but that's going to hurt, and Zettins has the opportunity to close this out with a beautiful outside dirt line. It's the last section. Can he close it off into the plastic? He's going to stay low, cuts over the sand, does it perfectly.
Tom,
now,
oh.
Here it is. It's up to the risky fin. Does he hit it? And he does it. We're done.
That is it. Congratulations, Zettins. GG's to you. You move on, man. Tom was scaring me at the end there. How many times he's come so close into bumping his wheels somewhere. But that's going to be it. Fegley and Zens will move on. We will play for our third place position as Kios is 1 win away from hitting that finalist. And then we'll be moving on into the losers semi-finals. Fegley, Zettins, BMQS, and Raceland. Oh, that's going to be a match to watch, my friends.
Great banger. I could not be more excited.
Like, I know we have players like Lingo, like North, maybe Neil, I guess we talked about him, Charles, of course. But Fegley, Zettins, Raceland, BMQS, that itself could be its own kind of grand final. Like, I'm very excited for that. That's still a very high caliber skill levels for what we're going to be seeing in this losers bracket. And good on Kios and Tomburn. I think they put on really good fights.
Yeah, they did. And something that's pretty important in my eyes, both of those matches ended relatively quickly. There was no kind of triple finalists. And, when you got to play Trackmania at the highest caliber for 4 hours, getting the early rounds out of the way quickly is really going to help.
Yep. So finalist mode for Kios. Tomburn needs at least 2 first places, at least 2 wins. I say first places like there's more than 2 people here. Tomburn needs 2 wins, and then he will be able to get into finalists. But starting off like that, both of them making a mistake at the beginning, but Tomburn's the one that was able to recover faster.
So interestingly, if Tom wins 2, it's then a tie game, and either of them could win. They'd both be finalists at that point. So it's a little bit like
Wait, guys! I gotta get this on your screen. It's happening. This is amazing. We're having a backwards round between Monster and Rookie. They're doing a backwards round right now.
Oh, beautiful! Now this is Trackmania esports, ladies and gentlemen.
Monster made a mistake and Rookie catch up. Oh my goodness, I don't even care what's going on in the main screen. Oh, Tom, wait a second. He almost missed that one. I thought he missed. What is going on? There's so much going on right now. I can't even follow it. Tomburn banging into a pole, almost missing the finish. Somehow bounces back into the final. We got a backwards race going on in the other match, and Rookie, unfortunately, is not winning that backward race. What's going on, people?
Shout outs to the lads for having a backwards race. I think that really highlights the beauty of the Trackmania community. When I joined and when a lot of other people joined, I think we were impressed with the quality of human being that you get to interact with and how friendly everyone is. And whether it's Cup of the Day finals, whether it's this finals, whether it's the game chats all around, seeing these backwards matches and the good lucks all the time, it really warms your heart. And especially in what can often be a toxic esports community, I'm really proud to be a part of Trackmanias.
Oh yeah, I am too. I am very happy to be a part of this. But you know, it's been an amazing journey being a part of the Trackmania community. Just everyone, like you said, everyone is so wholehearted. Everyone's so nice. Really do appreciate it. I don't think I've ever met like a sour person in Trackmania. I've always been good. Like I've always had good experiences with every person I have come across in Trackmania, and the hype about the esport itself is a lot of fun. And speaking of hype, we got one last round, and it's on the hardest map to play on. And oh, I have to bring this back in for you guys. We have a finalist mode, double finalist mode, and it's both happening here on the hardest map of the entire map pack.
I'm really happy that there's a Ski Freak map in this map pack, because would it really be North American or American Trackmania if Ski Freak wasn't mapping one? Given how much he does for the mapping community as a whole.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't remember the last time I've seen a competition without Ski Freak's map in it. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really. I mean, I don't count World Tour. I don't want to hear it. Chat, don't say it.
Doesn't count.
I'm talking about your typical mixed tournaments. I don't remember the last time I've seen a Ski Freak map. You know, I mean, even when I hosted my NCSA regional tournament, the Random Roulette Challenge, it was a Ski Freak map in there, and it had Mime. It was a Ski Freak and Mime working together on that map, so it's pretty cool.
Shout out to Mime too, who not only is one of the featured mappers in this campaign, but also helped map one of the maps for the Canada campaign as well. So really working with the North American community. Shout out Mime. Good luck in TMGL and TM World Tour.
See, I love the Polish people. They are amazing. I'm married to one. They just help a lot. They don't care. They don't get mad. They're just chilling. They help. They drink vodka, and they love people. They love the world. But that's with vodka in their system. Before it, they usually just hate everybody. At least that's my experience with my father-in-law. So we'll see. We'll see how the rest of them work. But here we are back in this match now as Kios is up in front. Tomburn goes for the really inside line, but unfortunately does not have good exit speed. Both of these players have made mistakes here in this dirt line. You see them both really playing it safe here, actually. Neither of them wanted to go anywhere close to that wall. They both pulled in and stayed towards the center of that dirt. Kios goes a little close to these walls and doing a really good job here. Tomburn is trying to find any mistake from Kios. Kios ends up, I think, took a little bit of air there in that dirt line, and looking to try to finish this one out. Oh, more inside line, but Kios still has more speed. Tom ends up hitting that and going to the coin slot. And Kios will be our third place winner.
GG's to the lads. To Tom, to Kios, you both had a terrific weekend. It's been an honor watching you play, and enjoy the consolation matches. Have fun with your friends.
Yeah, good luck. Have fun in the consolation matches. Try to get a good position as this. Yeah, what is that emote? Why is there a Ben emote? Oh my god. What has
I thought that was an 07 emote because it was so low pixel.
What is up with these emotes, man? 7TV is a thing, but either way, we had a good match today, and you know, we got a good match coming up next, as we are going to be going into our losers semi bracket, which will have BMQS, Raceland, Fegley, and Zettins in that one. Congratulations to those four for moving on. Munster, Rookie, Kios, and Tom Byrne, thank you again for joining us. You have done an amazing job, whether you were invited and just made into day two, or if you have worked your way from last week into this week. I mean, we don't even have just purely invited players in this bracket, which is really cool. We actually have some people that had to play through the open qualifier bracket, so good on them. But we'll have to wait and see who will be moving on in just a little bit of a break. So folks, don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a little bit. right, folks, we are back with more Trackmania action here on the Trackmania _ esports channel. Yeah, I had to say the underscore. I'm that guy. But we got more PATC coming for you here as we move on into the loser semi bracket. Jojo, what are we expecting out of these 4 players?
I said it once. I'm saying it again. I am expecting a straight banger. I have no idea who's coming out of this match. All I know is that they're going to be pushing close to world record times and doing things with their eyes closed that I couldn't imagine doing whether or not I've played this game for 12 years. And I cannot be more impressed with these players. It should be an awesome match. The players have been pushing themselves all weekend. It's now or never to get back to the winner's side.
Yeah, they have been pushing shelves. You were correct about that. I'm kidding. I had to call you on that because I do it all the time myself, so it's funny. But here we go. We're going to be getting this match underway as we get the game on your screen. Here we go. It is live and ready to go. And we are going to be starting on board with Fegley, the only American to be competing in this one. And I get to show you something cool that I've been working on. Boom! Split screen, baby!
That's impressive. Well done. I love the split screen view. It lets us see both first and last place. It'll give us an entire view of the field, and we'll see if Fegley can come back with this one. He's got a lot of speed through this grass section. Actually, basically catches up to BMQS, but a bad exit's going to make him lose a bit of speed. Into the first outside third, everyone hits it cleanly. Second one, everyone hits it cleanly. Looks like BMQS took a little bit more of an inside line on the pool, and Fegley just narrowly avoids the lip in the border. Through the grass section, Fegley going way too far outside. That's going to hurt. Even a low section on that slant is going to make him lose more speed. It'll be tough to come back as everyone gets this final dirt section relatively cleanly into the risky fin. 4 for 4.
Oh man, that's a rough start for America. Fegley falls behind, and all of the Canadians will be taking the lead. Zens, to be specific, the fake Canadian, the French Canadian. I mean, excuse me, sorry, that came out of nowhere. But Zens will be the one to take the lead in this first one here on Yoru.
Yeah, Yoru, one of the toughest maps. With players of this caliber, they're going to make it look easy. But when you have to push like Fegley just did, he's going to crash. And that's going to leave him far behind. So we'll stick up with our leaders. Raceland slowing down a little bit in third place. He's going to have to play catch-up, but he'll give us a great view of the rest of the players through the grass section. Extremely clean part. The exit is quite important here. Everyone hits it cleanly, and now the ever-important dirt section that Raceland is going to clip.
Fegley came into the equation. I thought he was out for this round, but he's already jumped up into third place, taking over one of the Canadian territories and now going for the other two. BMQS and Zen's the ones holding hands up in front. BMQS does want to make a push, try to get into that first place to start catching up on points because he is currently in third, but he'll get in there. Raceland, unfortunately, though, because of the fact that he ends up getting fourth, will fall into third place in a good round out of the two of them. 0.03 of a second between the two of them.
Yeah, that was close. And you got to wonder, BMQS has that yup skin where the lights or the eyes light up with brake lights. If he'd sniped there and you're looking and you just got sniped by a dude with a yup skin, do you think that even rattles you more if you're Zetins?
I mean, I don't normally play with my ghosts on, but yeah, I could feel a little bit of that pain if that's what I saw on my screen for sure. Speaking of on the screen, let's get that Yep skin up on your screen as we're back into the split screen. Zenz is currently in third place. Raceland not too far behind as BMQS is up in front and really holding a good lead.
Yeah, Zetins playing well. Raceland needs to step it up or he's going to fall pretty far behind in this tournament. Everyone gets the... Oh,
whoa!
No, Zetins with the mistake on the sausage, and that's going to cost him likely the round as the other players get it all cleanly into the easier part of the map here. Everyone gets it clean. They just have to save the dirt section. They all do. The risky fin here, relatively easy for these players, making it look super simple.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that sausage, man. That sausage gets you, unfortunately, and you gotta do what you can do to really like push, right? Like you really want to get that push. You really want to get that turn. You want to get that exit speed. But if you just you go into that turn a little late, too early, anything like that, right? You're gonna fly off that sausage, and it's so unfortunate. And you got to do what you got to do.
The only way to save it is release, and that's not exactly a good option when players are driving this caliber of pace.
Yeah. Funny enough, you said earlier that there's not a lot of room on this map to take safe routes. If anything, that drift is the only drift I really feel that you could take a legitimate safe and not be too far out. You can go a little bit wider to try to keep that fourth gear. It is definitely slower, whereas if you go more on the inside and then you lose the gear, you're still going to be ahead. And you can see right there all 4 players. Oh, right as I switch over to Raceland, makes a mistake. So only 3 of those players make that turn well, but still not too far out of that race. 0.4 behind first place, so 0.2. But he's starting to close in too. BMQS makes a little bit of a mistake taking air. Fegley almost hits the railing. I thought Fegley didn't make it through for a second.
I was really freaked out, but no, he got it. He's second place. He's all good. BMQS, they're taking a little bit of a different line than his opponents. It caught him up for a second, but in that last kind of dirt hitch, he lost a bit of airtime, or he got a bit of airtime, lost him some speed, and third place it'll be.
So, close match. Honestly, we have a close match on hands. 33 for Zettens. He's in his own world. But then we have BMQS, Raceland, and Fegley, all within a win's worth of points. One win can really flip this around. So Raceland, not too far out of this. We are only on the second track as we move on to Artificer, made by Kyle. So
when we saw this map last, or at least in the last round, Fegley started off with a lot of trouble. If you remember in our first feature match, Fegley started off in clear third for a little bit because of this map. Right now he's in second, but if he slides even further, it could be tough. Last time he actually caught up to Zettens, but he didn't go into this map with a 10-point deficit.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm also going to say I hate the fact that you mentioned the eyes, because now every time he breaks, I see them. They're terrifying, man.
The pixels make them even worse. It's beautiful.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it here. Get me out. Oh, get me off this guy. I don't want to watch him anymore.
You can avoid using your new split screen just so you don't have to see it more.
I'm just going to keep it on everyone else. Oh, but here we go. We're going into our second map here, and Raceland right off the bat eats the wall, unfortunately. So let's get those eyes back on the screen, and let's split screen it for you again so we can really see what's going on up in front. As BMQS right now is currently in third place, both in this match as well as in this race. Fegley is the one fighting for that first place, really trying to see if he can catch up to Zettens, who's currently 33 points in. Nicely done by him. We're going to see what's going on back with Raceland, unfortunately. Pretty far behind as the 3 of them are still battling out. BMQS is going to be able to push up into that second place. But again, these 3 are all battling in front. It's just Fegley and Zettens are taking turns, or excuse me, Fegley and BMQS taking turns trying to get at Zettens, but it's not looking like either of them are going to get there, but Fegley will take that second place, getting that 6 points and just 84 thousandths of a second away.
Yeah, that might have been the closest race we've seen so far. Fegley, BMQS, switching second and third in and out by a nose of a car. Zettens just holding ahead, but it was really anyone's game there.
Also, can we just talk about the fact that everyone's skins are loading? I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little salty that I have been playing on every other car except my own skin this entire tournament.
That's honestly a shame because your skin is beautiful.
I know, I hate it, dude. I was even doing like a personal POV stream, had my laptop, of course, like the way I'm doing the production now, and even that wasn't working. And I downloaded the skin, I put it in club mode, I did everything I could, and Nadeo said, nah, it's too pretty, you gotta hide it, shield your eyes.
Speaking of eyes. BMQS is having a pretty strong match so far. He's in third place. He's going to have to push pace. And as I say it, that's just karma for the eyes that light up.
You would think with all the eyes he has on that, he would see the pole, right?
You'd think, and not going to help. He's even going to struggle with the risky fin there, but he'll get there in the end.
Yeah, and, at some point it'll happen. But yeah, no, this is still a really good match going forward. I mean, Zenz is pulling away. This seems to be his map. This is really good for him. It's nice to have a map. It's nice to have that. This is my map. This is how good I'm gonna feel on this one. You know, and it's not all the time you will have a map like that. So it's really good for him. You know, and like any player, you really want to try to have that map. The one that you can take all your points away. So we'll see what happens if Zenz can keep up in front. But unfortunately, as I'm talking about that, he does fall behind. So now Raceland and Fegley are the two up in front. Raceland is just trying to get back into this game. He's just currently 4th in points overall. And Fegley is going to take a really good lead.
BMQS, they're slipping back to 4th place with no huge mistake. He actually just lost it on a bit of pace, and now he's got to push to get back into this race. We'll actually hop on board with Fegley, who's now in the lead with a great start, or with a great line. He just has a risky fin to win the round, and he will. That's going to be a big one. He was falling behind in the standings.
Yeah, no, I mean, Fegley is starting to, looks like he's starting to warm up a little bit, wake up a little bit. That was a good round. Like, that was like the Fegley I expected to see at the beginning. Unfortunately, we're seeing it now, as I believe. Did I count right? Okay, no, this is the 4th one. I swear I can count. Caster math it just never exists. But
yeah, this is a big round for Fegley. If he can come off of Artificer with 2 wins, despite being this far back in the standings, it's really going to help him make a comeback against Zettens like he did last round. Especially given that Zettens seems to be pretty far behind. Something must happen to him.
I couldn't tell you. He must, you know what? I bet I can tell you. Probably made a mistake in that weird grass uphill onto a sausage. That's where the mistake normally happens for them. But Fegley now has a chance to actually pull away with this one. But as you were saying his name, Raceland is the one competing with him.
Yeah, this is an extremely tight race. Raceland, who definitely has pace to scare these players, has fallen behind in the standings. He does have a bit more speed here, but it's not going to be enough.
Oh, 53.1. Not bad at all, especially for rounds. But, yeah, Fegley is able to take 2 wins. Zenz was able to take 2 wins. So Fegley did exactly what he needed to do. He needed to respond to exactly what happened last time. He was able to kind of push himself and be able to, you know, match. It almost felt like a match 1-for-1. And that's what you need to do. When you have some mistakes and you need to kind of wake yourself back up, Fegley just showed you how to answer.
He did, and he did it last time. And now it's going to be scary for Zettens. Last round, he had the lead against Fegley after Artificer, and he lost it pretty quick. In a blink of an eye, he was down 10 points. And now he only has an 8-point lead. This could get scary very quick, especially given that he's finished 3rd and 4th in the last 2 rounds.
Oh my, yeah, you're right. That was, not gonna lie, I wasn't even looking at the map that much up top, but now that you say it, I see it. Yikes. But I think we're going to start off this next match, or this next map, with a split screen of the 2 leaders, which will be Zenz and Fegley. We'll have them both on your screen in just a moment. But we're here on Ping Pong. It's probably, I would say, out of the entire map pack that we are currently playing on, these 5 maps, not including the 2 from last week, this is the easiest one. It is my map. I will admit it. It is definitely the easiest one. But there are so many little things that can go wrong on this map. And if anything that I'm good at, it's making a map where I will penalize you for making mistakes on an easy map.
The other thing to keep in mind here, Zettens and Fegley came out of the same match in the last round. BMQS and Raceland came out of the same match last round. And right now, BMQS and Raceland find themselves neck and neck in 3rd and 4th. You gotta wonder if seeing your compatriot from the last round struggling with you makes you feel like it's even harder to climb the mountain back. Did they just get the easy round last time?
I was just about to say that. Maybe they had the easier round. I'm not 100% sure about that, but you're right. It is... It just all came down from how it fell in the losers, or in the winner bracket, excuse me, where they all fell into place. It just seemed to happen that way. The nice thing is that you're not always bumping everyone out. You're only bumping 1 or 2. So it's one of those things where, as the players progress. You know, you're gonna get harder competition. You're gonna be at easier competition. Maybe because Zen's was a harder competition, it really did push Fegley to play really well, you know? So maybe that's what caused it. Maybe that's why they seem to be doing better, because last round they were pushing each other harder. So now this match, they know they already have the momentum, you know? That's another thing about this game, and a lot of games in general, esports in general, is momentum, you know?
Momentum helps a lot in this game because you don't really interact with the player, or at least the opponent, very much. So if you have your own internal momentum and confidence, it's a little bit like golf, where in your own head you can bring out the best of yourself.
Oh yeah, and golf is a great example. Golf is another one of those sports where you're on your own, you play yourself, you know, and there's a lot of pressure in it because just like in Trackmania, there's not a lot of money to win in golf. Like if you make a mistake, if you're not in that top, I think 12, you don't make any money, and you pay to travel there, you pay to do all this. So you make one mistake, you know you're pretty much out of it. And it's the same thing here in Trackmania. You make one mistake, you're out of that prize money. But what the heck? A 49.7. It's a really good time and getting close to the world record. And everyone else was pretty much right there with them. They were all on top of each other.
Shout out to Zettins even calling it out in the chat how good Raislin's round was. We talked about Raislin maybe thinking, I don't know if I can win this given that me and BMQS were at the bottom. And as I say it, he busts out 2 wins, and I saw a couple of really risky lines that he hit beautifully.
I have to address something in chat. There was someone that's saying at least you sweat in playing Trackmania comps. You sweat in golf too. You're always playing in 90-degree weather. You're sweating for different reasons. But you're sweating. Anyway, speaking of sweating, the real sweaty match happening right now with Raistlin, BMQS, and Fegley. Fegley falls behind, gets ahead. Fegley is just taking a whole different line and just driving literally circles around BMQS. He's probably trying to get a good look at those eyes and see what he's really looking at. Because, you know, we have some of those 7TV emotes out there where, you know, those eyes are looking in different directions. But Fegley could not sneak in there. 16 thousandths of a second difference between Fegley and BMQS.
Yeah, Fegley and BMQS took different lines there in that end, and it paid off for BMQS, who's going to get the snipe and the spot over Fegley. That's going to help his confidence a lot.
And I will say, Zenz is starting to fall a little bit here. I know he does not like this this map at all. We've had plenty of discussions about it. And you're starting to see it kind of nip him in the butt. Whether you like it or not, you got to learn the maps, because right now the rest of the competition is in fact catching up.
Yeah, it might be getting to his head. You can even see it in chat. Last round typing GR and pointing out his opponent's time. Now he's typing minus in chat, calling you out randomized.
That's fine.
And if he bonks again, not only will it be 3 straight weaker rounds on ping pong, remember last round he ended off with 3rd and 4th place. It's a little bit of a slide here. We talked about momentum. It goes the other way too.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's the hard thing about it is, you know, you can also fall down in that momentum in a really good round between Raistlin and Zenz. But yeah, you can fall into that rabbit hole. You can fall into that ugly side of, I'm just messing up. Oh, this game is bad. Blah 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 blah. You know, like I was supposed to help and join you guys in the casting yesterday, but I fell in that rabbit hole. Trackmania is esports ready, and I believe that they were thought, you know, not to completely do well with formatting the game and make sure that players stutter, especially during their drips. It's the most important time. You know,
Yep.
it's all skill issue. It's all my fault. It's all my fault.
Your beautiful PC that can actually load your skin clearly wasn't good enough, and your PC is skilled issue too, right?
Yeah. My PC is skill issued. My PC skill issue because I can run multiple cameras on screen and everything for everybody and put all the flashy stuff. Yeah. It's my fault. It's my fault. Chatting.
Totally. But you know what? Shout outs to you and shout out to these players, because even having the guts to load into a competition like this, knowing what it's going to do to your mental the second you make a mistake, is extremely courageous, and it's why I'm honored to be in the booth with you as opposed to losing in the rounds.
I appreciate that, man, and thank you. It is a lot of fun as well casting. I love competing, but I love casting. I love putting production on because of the things that I do. I go above and beyond just to put on a nice production for you guys out of the love of my heart, because I really do enjoy this. You know, I love doing all parts of esports, whether I'm, you know, in front of the screen or behind the camera, whatever it is, I love doing it, and I hope you all are enjoying it. Let's get into this next one here on Kickback, and let's actually have the players who are struggling a little bit on screen. Raceland and BMQS, currently 3rd and 4th, are trying to fight their way back into this match.
Yeah, speaking of fighting his way back, Raceland only a couple points behind Fegley. If he gets a first place and Fegley slips up, we might see our first switch in the 2-3 spot. But it's Zettens who's going to jump out to a lead here, despite being in 3rd for the beginning of this race. Clean through the plastic, up the dirt, gets it cleanly, has to maneuver around this dirt section. He does, but he's going to lose some speed, and we can see Fegley's nose right up him. It's going to go up through this dirt, has to avoid the first bunk, does so cleanly. And now it's the ever-important plastic section.
We did have the 3rd and 4th. Now we have the 1st and 2nd as these two battle their way in. And Fegley will be the first one across that finish line. Nicely done by Fegley with a 52.8. Okay. Okay, Fegley, I see you. Minus again from Zettens. He hates every map. And just to clarify one more time, because I do see the questions, point limit is 120 due to the comp tool that was so gracefully made for us. It is a code thing. That 1 in the 121 is to help decipher a finalist for someone who actually completed. Ignore the 1 and stop putting it in the chat. I said, okay, whatever. All right, we're on board. We're jumping on board with Zettens right now, who is fighting his way through the crowd. And again, whoa, was that BMQS, I think, that just slammed the corner? That will be BMQS, who ends up unfortunately slamming that corner. So now Zettens and Fegley, again, the two are up in front battling. And as I say that, Zettens makes a mistake, but he's still in the fight. He was able to recover nicely.
Yeah, he's still in the fight. He's going to get in there. You got to hope, with another minus in the chat, you got to hope that this isn't going to bug him too much. But he's pretty far behind with low speed through this plastic is not going to help. He'll get pretty high up, but with just the risky fin left, it's only 3rd place for him.
52.8 out of Fegley. Fegley is just... Fegley's Fegley. I don't know what to say, man. Fegley is playing really well. And now that's going to put him up in the lead as Zettens did fall down and only get 4 points of that. Fegley has a 1-point lead now.
We said a minute ago that Raceland has almost caught Fegley. And a minute later, Fegley catches Zettens. What a terrific match it's been.
Yeah, no, I am blown away with how good this match has been. I told you this could have been its own grand finals. Did I not say that? Because of just how close these players are and skill-wise.
We got a split screen going. It's Zettens, it's Fegley, two of our strongest competitors today. Zettens has to catch Raceland, who's mounting a comeback a little bit. He's a little bit below on speed, but he's going to get a slightly better line through this grass section. Going to have more exit speed. But the ever-important dirt section, both players hit it cleanly into the plastic. You get a tap with the joystick as much as you can here and then go high on this section. He takes the inside line that I've been talking about all day. Is it going to be enough? He's going to have the speed? No, he does not.
Oh, yeah, you're right. He did have that inside line, but Raceland, unfortunately, had enough of a gap to not allow him to get in there. But Raceland now starting to wake up a little bit. Only 10 points down from Fegley. He's still in this match. BMQS, unfortunately, in the chat himself, saying he's mudded now. No, you're not, BMQS. Wake up. You got this. You can get back into this match 100%. As I think he just tapped the wall a tiny bit or something happened there. He falls a little bit farther behind. This is what my POV looks like when I play Trackmania, by the way. I'm always staring at the back of everyone's car. So you get an idea of what it looks like to be me when I play this game, unfortunately. But BMQS, a little bit far behind in point-wise, but still quite possible for him to come back. Remember, finalist needs to always come in first. So if BMQS just, I don't know, chugs a monster down or something and starts playing like crazy and just keeps getting first place, he could win this one.
Yeah, actually, there's a real fight for 1, 2, and 3. Very sneakily, Raceland's only 1 win behind. So if Zettens or Fegley, let's say that they just came up with finalists later,
Jeez.
Raceland's only 1 win away.
Can we talk about that round?
Oh my goodness,
4
that was
thousandths
close.
of a second and then 48 thousandths of a second. These players were just pixels apart, and I am turning into Shaggy like Zoink Scoob. What a moment there, man.
Yeah, that round was a treat. Call it a damn Scooby snack. Golly.
Nice, caster punt. I like it.
Thank-
I don't know. You're kind of beating Twiggy and New on those caster punts. Come on, we got competition.
Oh,
Thank God this is a warm up. That doesn't. But hey, good round either way. That was intense. That was a very intense round to finish that map off. I guess everyone just needed those 3 other rounds to kind of feel that map out. Zenz is just losing his mind over these maps. And BMQS is doing a backwards round.
hey, when you're full-modded, you might as well do something differently, because what do they say? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. I guess driving your warm-up backwards is at least mixing something up.
Yeah, sometimes just... honestly, sometimes just cooling off, doing something a little bit goofy, getting yourself back to kind of laugh a little bit can, in fact, help you roll back a little, get that sanity back in check, Sometimes you need that.
Yeah, a lot of the players have been commenting on the difficulty of these maps with the minuses in there, and we are coming up to the hardest map of the map pack. This is what separates the men from the boys.
This is what separates the gods from the humans. Being able to pull off this map so well. As I said that, we saw one of them crash, I believe. Who plays a Canadian flag? That would be Raceland. And Raceland is going to be out of that one, unfortunately making a big mistake. The MQS is trying to push his way in. Fegley, the American, the one and only in this match, is up in front, holding the flag, screaming USA as he flies away.
BMQS with a weaker line there. He's going to slide back to third, and he's got to catch Zettens and Fegley. He's been playing a little bit of spoiler to people close to finalists all day, so maybe the gentleman ahead of him getting close to finalists is going to inspire some tight rounds, but a couple bonks there is not going to help.
This is exactly what I expected in this map. Bonks, 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 bonk city. That's what this map really should have been called. Was Bonk City or Clip City, or whatever the heck you want to say. But yeah, right, just like that, Zenz was battling Fegley for majority of this, and then one big mistake, has put him all the way back into 4th place. And Fegley, with a 104.09, not bad. If he got under that and got a sub 104, that would have been insane.
Yeah, Raceland losing out on a bit of an opportunity there. A weaker round from Zettens. If Raceland had gotten anything more than 3rd place, he would have made a real push to catch up to 2nd place.
So Fegley now 2 points away. No matter what, this round, he will get. He will be a finalist. But what it really comes down to is denying Zettens from getting that finalist. Zettens needs to be in full.
What is going on?
Ha! Hello, people. There's a road to drive on. You're all the invited and the good players. Hello. What is going on, people? You're supposed to be the best of the best event CSA, and you're driving like me. Should I get them all into the caster booth and let me play again? And I'll show you how to really bonk on this map. But anyway, Zettens is the one that needs to be denied. He needs to be the one in 4th place, and he's the one who's playing it the safest, and now is currently sitting in 2nd place. Again, this round really doesn't matter for Fegley, but this was the round that Fegley could have denied anyone from getting more points and getting even closer to him. But because Zenz just played casually, and Raceland also played casually and played calmly, everyone else made mistakes, and now Zenz is just going to walk this one in. He's going to have enough points for finals.
Gang. Zettens is going to go safe in gang.
I forgot. I'm sorry. I forgot. Finalist is 120. Caster math. Woo! I can do math.
He might have actually had the speed for the risky fin there, but maybe he just got the ghost on. Maybe he's got the HUD open. He just knew he had the time and went safe fin. Interesting strategy.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way to do it. When you know you have that kind of lead, you just safe it. There's no reason to do anything stupid. Usually when you play in like team matches, you have a coach or you have a teammate. Oh, Zenz. Usually you would tell each other, all right, safe it, +6, +7. Just walk it in. Don't do anything crazy. And unfortunately, Zenz will make a bump. Now Caster Math is kicking back in. He needs 8 points, which means he needs to get 1st place because there is no +8 option. But the way Zenz is right now, it's not looking well for him. BMQS is going to be up in front, and so is Raceland. He's going to be trying to deny Fegley that win.
The last time we saw Fegley on finalist, He started in first, finished in first, and nobody really challenged him. But now he really hasn't held the lead, although he has the speed to catch BMQS. This is going to be a real fight to the finish. As they go into the open grass section, BMQS is falling off the map. It's Fegley's round to lose now.
Oh, but there is this jump. There is this jump! Raceland! What a snipe as he was able to just get in there and block him. That was insane. Raceland had the best drifts of his life, has so much exit speed, and denying Fegley from winning this round. Raceland said, hold on, I'm in this game. We have 2 players now that,
New second place.
Zenz. We do have a new second place. Zenz needs at least 4 points. He needs 3rd place. And Raceland needs to just deny Fegley, and we can get a triple finalist here in the
I want triple finalists so badly.
I know you do, and that's why I did the math. Raceland! Whatever. You just need to... Okay, it's up to...
You just need to fin. This is fine. This helps the triple finalist situation. Fegley in 3rd, too. That helps. BMQS going to take a bit of a snipe. Fegley in 2nd is fine. We just want Fegley to not win. We want the triple finalist. I'm sorry for being biased. I just want pure Trackmania esports.
I do, too. I'm with you. I'm with you on it. Yes. Zetins. Don't say anything about him. Actually, you know what? Hang on. Silent mode. Everyone be quiet. My hands are literally in the air. Okay, they can't cast a curse if you don't say a word.
Well done.
That is exactly why I said everyone be quiet, because you cannot cast a curse if you don't say a word. And now we have exactly what you wished for. A triple finalist. Too bad I don't have one more computer, one more screen to get all 3 of them on the screen for you. So chat, tell me, who do you want as the one screen to not move? And the other one will, obviously, we need to move for production reasons. Who is one person you want to see on the split screen?
And what a way to keep the suspense going. 3 players, triple finalist mode, and we switch maps. Going over to Yoru, which the players are slightly more familiar with because it's been in both weekends' map packs, but one of the harder maps for sure. This warm-up is going to be so crucial because there's 3 finalists. You can't waste any time.
I'm just in the chat. I did ask people, and everyone is arguing currently. It's looking that Zenz is going to be our main focus for this one. And people are just screaming. I honestly thought people were going to say BMQS because he's the only one that's not a finalist. But okay, fine. Zenz is the choice. He is locked in and ready to go as we're going to get this map underway in just a moment.
BMQS typing in the chat, don't wait for me. I believe in you, BMQS. Just ring off 4 wins. That's not hard.
We can't.
Not against the best players in the world.
That's fair. We can't curse BMQS. You are right about that. So let's get a split screen going. Let's see what happens on here. We got Fegley, we got Zenz on the screen, and Fegley will start a little bit slower than everyone else.
Yeah, they all took a really tight inside line on the first couple turns and hit it cleanly, which I was very happy to see. You want to see the best times in the most important rounds. Still no bonks. Fegley and Raceland up in the front. It's anyone's game. Fegley with a little bit more exit speed. Cuts the corner early. This is going to help a lot. Got to get low on this dirt. He does. This is anyone's race. Fegley fighting for the fight with Raceland. Everyone getting the grass section with speed. Watch out for the sausage. That's been the killer for everyone. Ooh, Fegley taking a bounce. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, it's going to hurt a lot. Unfortunately, you take that airtime. We made a mistake there. That was a little bit scary, but Fegley has a lot of ground to cover, and quickly. BMQS, unfortunately, just doing everything he can to get into this race. If something happens and BMQS gets first, we get another round of a triple finalist. But it's
the final turn. Zenz and Raceland!
No, Raceland! He was struggling for such a while to get back in the match, and he gets the first winner. We called Zenz Fegley finishers, and it's not happening. It's not happening. Raceland gets in. Raceland gets in the way, is able to win that one.
What a great comeback by Raceland, a deserving winner of the round, and now it sets up for a showdown between Zettins and Fegley.
Yeah, I'm going to have both of them on your screen now. I'm not changing anything else. This is the reason why I left it the way I did. Let's clean that up a little bit. BMQS actually DNFs. He straight out just lets it happen.
You know what? I can't blame him. I want to watch this too. We got a fight between Zettins and Fegley here. They've been battling all day, and I can't wait to watch the final version of it. Zettins with more speed and a little bit of a lead. This is going to help him a lot, but the risky dirt section, both players hit it cleanly. Fegley missed this last time. He doesn't this time. Now into the sausage. Make or break moment. Zettins does not get airtime. He's going to hold the lead. Narrowly avoids the pole, but Fegley with a bit more speed. Outside line is not going to help. Here we go into the dirt. Ever important dirt line. That's one hump. That's the second hump. They're taking different lines. It's all into the end. Zettins with slightly more speed. Here he goes for the risky win. That's the win.
47,000 seconds of a difference, and Fegley is out. One of the two people we expected to see in the grand final is in fact out. So now it's the consolation round as BMQS and Fegley will just play this one out. I wouldn't be surprised if BMQS ends up just letting Fegley win this one and walk away with it. But man, oh man, what a round to close off the semifinals. Wow. Wow.
We got storylines, we got pace, we got fights, we got crashes, we got tight lines, we got risky fins, we got safe fins, we got everything there.
We got production.
Hell yeah.
We got split screen, baby. Let's see you do that, Team WT. You ain't me.
TMWT, where are the Scooby-Doo puns at? We haven't gotten those yet. Come on.
like Scoob. Well, man, it has been a lot of fun casting with you, but this will actually be my last round casting with you, as we're going to be getting Acronator on the screen coming up next. And I got to say, man, this was a phenomenal round, and we only have better Trackmania to follow. We have the winners bracket final coming up next, and I don't know what to expect, man. After we saw this was the losers semi-final. This wasn't even the losers final. This is a semi-final match, and we have at least 3 more matches to go.
There's like another hour and a half of Trackmania, and I don't even know how it gets better. I'm so excited to see what happens.
God, I wish it was just an hour and a half. I think there's going to be more. I wouldn't be surprised if there was more.
Even better. Even better.
Oh, yeah, I definitely agree. But that's going to be it for me for now. I will be the one taking a break. We will be having Acronator on the show with you, joining JoJo Making. So don't go far, folks. We'll be right back with the winner bracket finals. You're not going to want to miss that one. We'll see you in a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Akronator, how you doing?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm happy to be here on this final day of games. Of course, I'm coming in for randomize. He's still technically here, but he's on production for now, resting his voice for a round or two. So, Jojo making, catch me up a little bit.
You missed an extremely riveting fight. We saw Raceland go through, and we saw your boy Fegley fall out of contention in what was a little bit of an upset.
All right, interesting. Well, now we do, of course, have the upper bracket finals. We have all the players in the lobby. For a minute there, it was a little bit dicey because Charles is apparently suffering on and off from power outages. Fingers crossed nothing happens to him during this match. You hate to see it, but this is for almost all of the marbles this game, because, I mean, if they win here, top two players are going to the grand finals.
The lower two players are gonna have to face Raistlin and Zettins, who got out of the lower side so far, and they put up a great show. So you really do not want to have to play those gentlemen. They've proven that they can scare anybody.
Definitely in the lower bracket. In some people, it just lights a fire right in their stomach, and they just go insane and then make this miraculous run all the way to the grand final, sometimes even becoming champions as a result of that. So you don't want to have to work your way back up to the grand finals, right? You want this nice and easy free ticket, get a whole round to just like watch the Twitch, be a part of chat, not go too crazy worrying about whether you can make it up there. You just want that free break.
Yeah, you get to scout out your competition too. Helps a little bit, especially with the rest. They got a couple rounds left. Could be scary.
Well, it looks like we are going into it. This is the first real round of the upper bracket finals, ladies and gentlemen. Charles North, aka Cheese Lover, Neil, and of course Lingo, aka Bingo, is his current in-game name of this month.
Did he change it again for today? I feel like it was something different yesterday. I never know anymore.
It was still Bingo, but give it another couple of weeks. I'm sure it'll be something different once again.
At least they let you change your name in-game more than they do your name on Twitch, which I think locks you for like 6 months. I wouldn't want to be Bingo TM. Although Bingo does not win this round, he is in the mud to start.
Definitely gets a little bit of a tap there on the outside dirt, so it leaves the rest of the three as the front runners. Neil up in first place when North dangerously close to him, doesn't quite have the speed to pass him. However, Neil will take that first place spot. Charles in third, Lingo trailing up the rear with about a second behind. Not awful, it's just the first round. They'll survive.
Yeah, we saw Neil yesterday get world record in time attack, so Neil definitely feeling himself this weekend, and a strong start to the upper bracket final.
Certainly, I'm sure both Lingo and Charles making a few very, very minor mistakes in the previous round, which forced them down into those lower spots right now. Charles, at the very least, up in that front spot. And this map is, as we said yesterday, very pace-based. It's just like go as fast as humanly possible. See what you can do with that without making any major mistakes, because most people aren't going to be making huge crashes.
Especially when you're in upper bracket final with what a lot of people might argue are the 4 best players in this tournament. It's all going to be about risking extremely tight lines as Lingo tries to go inside here, steal a spot. Can he do it? No, he cannot. That's going to be 4th place for Lingo. Not what he was hoping for.
All 4 players that round were within just about a 1/10 of a second of each other, which is absolutely ridiculous. I don't even know how the placements landed the exact same as the previous round, being that close. But Neil, again, first place, North second, Charles third, Lingo fourth. It's gotta suck for those bottom 2 right now, because they're definitely not out of it, but like after driving such an insane round, you kind of hope to get more points than that. However, Lingo, not really doing too well under the pressure, I suppose, because he hits the outside dirt turn there towards the beginning, and he's already about a second behind.
Yeah, Lingo known to be a pretty consistent comp player, in part because of one miraculous round in TM World Tour where he basically single-handedly took it to like 17-18. But he's gotten 2 rounds in a row with bonks, leaving him pretty far behind the field. and that's not going to help an early push for Grand Finals.
Yeah, well, you know, he's one of those players that does consistently go for those kinds of risks. If they work out, he's going to drive like darn near world record pace every single time, but of course, on this kind of map, it is hard to get those really big crashes as opposed to some of the other maps we'll see later on. We really only have one more round of this map before we get to those, so he might do a little bit better there, but he's really the only one making these large crashes thus far.
Yeah, speaking of nice time, take a look at Charles's time from last round within 100th of world record, and Neil, give him a shout out in the chat.
We just had, I think that, yeah, that was North and Neil both hitting the wall, so finally Charles and Lingo have a chance to make their way back up, but actually it looks like Lingo also hit the wall somewhere along the line, because now it's North and Charles up in the front.
Yeah, North is going to have to chase Charles, who started off extremely strongly. He's going to have a little bit more speed into the grass section. You want to get this low line here for speed. They both get it relatively cleanly. The dirt's been taking a lot of victims today. None so far in this round into the plastic section. Whoa, we finally get a victim. Charles, what happened there? Cheese Lover just got to make the risky fin, and he does so effortlessly.
I think Charles might have gone a little bit too high up there and clipped the edge. That's the only thing that makes sense to me at the very least, but that doesn't really bode too well for his points, because you can see right now North and Neil are starting to separate themselves as the top two in this lobby. Of course, we are moving to a different map now, meaning that there's probably going to be some more crashes, as most of these other maps are pretty risky, minus like Ping Pong is the other more like pace-based stable map. Nope, but we're seeing probably the riskiest map in the entire map pack as a whole.
Yeah, this map took a lot of victims in our last round. It plays extremely risky. The outside dirt lines are very punishing. We saw some people going for safe fin. We saw some people miss the risky fin, but it's not a great competition without a ski-free map. So I'm happy to see arguably the four best players in North America right now competing on it.
Darn close to it at the very least. Certainly top 6 based on what we've seen thus far in the tournament. But yeah, you got about 30 seconds remaining for this warm-up. And as we said, this map is pretty darn risky. For those of you at home that would like to see for yourself just how risky it is, you can go into the NCSA Trackmania club in the game. They have a campaign with all these maps, including the 2 in the qualifiers that you're not going to be seeing at all today, as were just for last weekend. None of these maps are easy. These players are just really, really good.
They are, and their scores show it. Despite the fact that we said Neil might be pulling away, everyone's within one win of each other. So anyone's gaming so far, and we did see a pretty sizable comeback last time in the lower bracket final. So maybe we'll see another one today.
Anything's possible. And as we start to get towards the really just the beginning of this map, you can see both Neil, I think that was Lingo, going for that little like bounce off of the dirt. It's very, very risky, but it does gain a little bit more time. You can see Neil already about a tenth ahead of Charles.
Yeah, North falling behind early. He's going to have to pick up pace, but a player of his caliber always has a chance, but not when you hit a pole like that. So I guess we'll hop on board with somebody else.
Definitely. You can see the top 3, everyone besides North, trying to fight it out for that first place spot, but I think Lingo might have touched the outside dirt turn. He's not been having the greatest of luck with these outside dirt turns today, or at least in this round.
Yeah, that's really been the story all day. It's who can manage those outside dirt turns best, and Lingo getting a little bit overzealous all day so far.
He's already fallen down to 4th place, and that really just goes to show the caliber of these players, right? That they're risking enough to force their opponents into these risky situations themselves.
Neil getting a nice time shout out from Charles. Well done. Charles did not have a easy entry into that risky fin. Good on him for holding steady. Into the next round here, we'll start on board with Charles, who definitely has great pace. We haven't seen as much of him so far today, so let's hop on board, watch him get the double little bump off the dirt. He gets it cleanly. Lingo with a nice start. He definitely needs it. An interesting line. Lingo with the clip. Charles with an... I don't know if he touched there. Did he touch there? definitely lower speed. He's going to then come up, try to gain some of it back, cutting the corners pretty closely, over into a scary no-slide possibility. He does not no-slide. Now he's got more speed, chasing down north. He might be able to do it. It's all about these outside dirt lines. He gets a weird angle, but it's going to pay off. Risky, risky, risky. Gets it cleanly into the booster. Here he goes. He now starting to separate from north. I don't think he does. Do you think he's that enough to catch up Neil?
Neil has to make a mistake. I don't think there's enough track remaining, and there's not a lot of speed to be gained here. It's a lot of technical turns here and there, so I think Neil's pretty safe in that first place unless he crashes the finish, which he hasn't thus far, so I wouldn't expect it. Oh, and actually,
but Charles with the mistake.
He can't even go for the risky. He's down in fourth space. Yeah, well, he is a little bit of a distance between him and Lingo, but he really wanted to catch up to North a little bit more.
Yeah, given how much of a great effort Charles just put in, it'll be a little disappointed to come away with fourth place there. He drove a much better round than it shows.
That being said, if he does get a first place in any of these rounds, he should be able to catch up to North rather quickly. Neil, on the other hand, is definitely starting to widen his gap between him and second place.
Yeah, Neil having a great start to the day. Early leads help a lot to alleviate that pressure, especially when you've been sitting on the sideline for the last hour or hour and a half watching other terrific players put up scary pace. You got to wonder if these guys are coming in a little bit more nervous having watched the lower bracket.
Hard to say, but this is the first round that Lingo's been really showing up on this map. At the very least, he's in first place, as long as he can avoid to tap any more walls. He should be able to keep it, although Charles, and I think that might be North, yes, from what I can tell, are slowly catching up, but I'm not sure if there's enough map for them to fully overtake.
Charles taking a very scary line around that pole. He avoids it nicely, and he'll go for the risky fin this time. Has a weird landing. He'll be okay. Actually, North with the mistake. That's going to give Charles second place. And Lingo in first. That's what you want to see. If we're going to have a competitive upper bracket here, we need to see Lingo push the best times he can.
I think North might have gotten an awkward landing there on the sausage setup for the risky, because I saw him kind of bounce. I think he knew midway through the air he wasn't going to have enough speed to make it.
Yeah, with Lingo being somebody that can really benefit off of momentum, it's important for Neil in particular to get a lead so that he doesn't ever fall behind Lingo, and you can kind of just coast with safer times in second place, because otherwise you got to risk like Charles just did, and that's not going to help.
Yeah, no, a little bit too inside there, clipped, and now he's just in the mud for this round. I'm pretty sure I haven't been keeping track, but this should be the fourth round of this map. That means we're going to be going on to something else after this. Neil thus far in first place, and Lingo and North just a little bit further behind, but not so much that a mistake couldn't help them catch up. A lost gear, maybe a touch on the outside, but Neil's keeping it clean so far.
Yeah, Lingo just overtook North. North got a little bit of an airtime off it. Whoa, what just happened to Neil? He didn't touch anything. This is another friend pulled my controller moment. What's going on? Lingo is now in first place. He can go for the risky fin and the win here. Back-to-back wins for Lingo. That's huge.
Okay, well, Charles was too far away to capitalize on Neil's inability to make the risky fin. I have no idea what happened. He just finger slipped off of well, he's a keyboard player, so finger slipped off of whatever button he uses for gas. I guess that was strange. I just saw it play back on stream just now. I still don't know what happened.
Yeah, he even said in the chat, he just said didn't touch, got a slowdown, and then North said the same thing, same before.
No.
Really messing with the players, not what you were hoping to see.
That's unfortunate for him.
Well, now they get to reset a little bit and get another minute of warm-up into Artificer, an easier map, one where pace is extremely important.
Yeah, definitely. And there's a lot of spots in this map where you can get gear downs if you're not careful. Most of these players, every single one of these players, to be honest, is good enough to avoid them normally. But when they're trying to do all of that and risk to beat everyone else in this lobby, we might be seeing some mistakes, some wall touches, more than likely.
Yeah, they're fighting off random slowdowns. They're fighting off Lingo's comeback. They're fighting off nerves. They're fighting off fatigue. It makes every single interaction so much harder.
And actually, speaking of Lingo, he's 1 point ahead of Charles now. He's actually overtaken for that third place spot, and he's only 5 behind North overall. So, I mean, it goes to show that they're not that far separated from each other, minus Neil, who has 60 points, 15 above second place. So it's going to take a few more round wins for anyone to get close to him. But everyone else is within striking distance of each other.
And keep an eye out, Neil halfway to finalist. That's in striking distance soon.
Definitely. It looks like Lingo got the best start there. However, everyone's catching up with different lines. You can see inside, outside, depends on more speed, or you want to just go for getting as far up front as possible. Everyone getting through the early parts without any major crashes. Just good to see for us, less good to see for them. They'd love to see their opponents crash out, I suppose. Everyone seems to make the triangle well enough. The gears are doing pretty well so far.
Neil had an early line that gained him about 0.1 or 0.2 there. He had a nice little lead, but he lost all of it. He just got a really risky line on the dirt relative to Neil. That's going to help a lot. He's going to take a different approach than Neil, where Neil goes more outside on that plastic, and now it's really anybody's game. Charles could not hold. That's a bonk, and Neil is going to glide to the risky fin.
Unfortunate for Charles. He really could have used those 10 points, but that's one of the last real risks that you can do with this map, and you really want all the speed you can get for that risky. It's not super risky. I found that the lower end of the speed seems to be like, what, 285, maybe 280, but at that point you're going to be hitting the bottom of your car on the ledge, and you technically make it, but you probably lose about a second or so instead of getting through it cleanly. But even then, you don't want to get like a gear down. You certainly don't want to bonk that pole, but you really want to get as much speed as possible, and the pole's kind of in the way of the highest speed line.
For sure, and one of the things to keep an eye on this map, in the latter half, there's an kind of an uphill sausage block where you can very easily lose grip if you full speed, and if you do, you're just straight in the mud. So you can release there, but doesn't really help very much, and it took a lot of victims in the last round, or rather in lower bracket that we were watching earlier today. In the last round that we just saw of winners, it just went unnoticed. Everyone hit it extremely cleanly. So if that keeps up, we are in for some very, very high level of Trackmania as we watch Neil here in 4th place try to catch up, slide in front of North. It hits, he misses the risky fin. There's Kyle smiling down on us somewhere. Even Neil calling out in chat before he finishes, shouting out the boy Kyle. Shout out Kyle.
Yeah, sometimes all you can do is just say thank you, Mapper, and GG going next. Charles getting a crucial 10 points. And now the bottom 3 players in this lobby are within 1 point of each other.
52, 52, 53, and a fat 73 for Neil. Who just went flying?
Was that North? That was North.
Neil even took a little bit of an airtime. That's not what Neil wanted, especially after he bonked the last round. You don't want to give any player of Lingo, North, or Charles' caliber the opportunity to come back when you're holding a 20-point lead. But Neil might be opening the window. He's got to come in close, gets a tight turn around the first sausage, gets it nicely into the grass section, risks on the dirt, not too much though. He's going to really, really need to push pace.
Definitely. I don't think he's going to have enough map and not able to gain enough speed for the remainder of the map, barring like a mistake from either of the front runners here. But Lingo seems pretty safely up in first place. Charles about a quarter second behind him, and I don't think that's going to be changing because they made it through the difficult part well enough. Neil keeping it clean through the risky this time around. Lingo setting a new lobby record, 52.8. That's fast.
It is within 0.1 of the world record that we saw North set yesterday in Time Attack. Impressive.
Kyle actually in Twitch chat smiling. He is certainly enjoying the mayhem that he's causing, and I guess technically we could see more of that, although with Neil gaining as many points as he has been, he might be getting first place before we get a chance to see ping pong, depending on where it shows up in the random order.
Yeah, and as we go into this round, Charles falling a little bit behind early, but still anyone's game. He gets a really nice line through that grass, is neck and neck with North, and he's going to get an inside line on Lingo, gain some speed too into the grass section. Who's going to risk on this dirt? Looks like Charles risks the most, again on the second part here too. He's going to have a little bit of an awkward landing. That's going to give North the ability to kind of hold against, but now they're all going to go into the dirt section. Lingo getting an awkward line. I don't know what happened to Neil. Charles going flying. That's a hard reset.
Yeah, no, he had a lot of speed, but I saw there was the possibility for him to just flip off of the checkpoint. Sure enough, he did. Really close here for the round, but Lingo will take another 10 points away from Neil. Actually, all three of the first three finishers there within a tenth, actually within 500ths of each other even. That's an extremely close round. And Lingo is very rapidly catching up.
Yeah, you don't want to give Lingo the opportunity to come back. We know he has pace from the records on all of these maps. He's first, second, or third on like all of them. This has got to be a little bit scary for Neil. It's the first time he's facing pressure today.
Definitely, and like you said, a lot of these players haven't played in a little while. I'm sure they were warming up, waiting for this round to happen, but they had some time. Okay, so we go immediately from one Kyle finish to the other. Kyle, this one's for you. And, well, we got a little bit of a warm-up first so the players can get any crashes or gear downs done with it. This time we don't have to focus on randomize. He gets to focus on someone else in return.
So we get 4 rounds on this map. It is technically possible that Neil gets finalist at the end of this, although unlikely. It is a 120-point finalist mark, but we're getting very close. And Charles and North starting to see their window of opportunity close. They got to put on some pressure quickly.
Definitely. Charles actually now in third place, 1 point above North. Not really the best artificer for North, but it's 1 map out of 5. And there's definitely the possibility for him to come back. Like they're all within, give or take, like 23 points from each other. That's a couple of round wins away for anyone here.
Yeah, definitely, and it should be a terrific fight for the end. You got to think that Neil and Lingo, arguably the 2 favorites to come out of this, are not only thinking we got to watch out for the guys behind us, but we got to close this off quickly so that we can maintain momentum going into the next round.
Certainly, and this is another map, much like way back, where you're not going to see too many crashes unless people are just risking their absolute teeth out. But either way, seems like Lingo's a little bit in the lead to start. You have Neil going for a very inside approach. Seems to be working so far, but Lingo's right on his tail.
Yeah, North is going to make the first mistake. That leaves Charles, Lingo, and Neil to fight it out. Lingo trying to put on the pressure. He's got about the same speed and relatively similar lines to Neil, so he's got to find something a little bit different. He's going to go inside on this dirt, try to get a cleaner grip. Doesn't really do very much. He's actually losing a bit of pace on Neil. He goes, it goes in risky on the third. It seems to have paid off. It's not going to make a difference in the end, though.
49.3, that is really anything sub 50 on this map is ridiculously fast, and I think everyone there in the top 3 got 49s. I think North was a little bit ways back.
Newsflash, that's world record.
Oh, is it? Oh no, I knew it was 49 some, but I thought it was a little bit lower than that. Okay, so Neil made a statement.
49,492, and he just cleared it by 0.1. Holy Neil. Calm down, man. We still got a ton of Trackmania to play.
Take some points for the rest of them, I guess. How do you?
Actually, there was a. Yeah, I don't know. There was actually a couple of world records set yesterday. I was taking a look. Artificer had a new world record yesterday. Kickback had a new world record. Players are playing extremely well this weekend.
Yeah, well, we're pretty much seeing a repeat of the previous round. Neil, and then Lingo, and then Charles, and then North. No real changes there. Lingo had a little bit of a bonk on the risky, but didn't really affect his time. I think he was already in it by the time he crashed. North starting to fall a little bit further down. You gotta wonder if we started on his better map picks. He's multiple seconds behind the first place runner for the last couple of maps now. It's not particularly good. He's still only a couple of points behind Charles, but he's not really gaining any points on him.
Yeah, Charles has been playing pretty well. He's lost a couple of opportunities. He's at 69 points, but he definitely could be higher if 1 or 2 bounces went his way. And Neil, sneaky 20 or 19-point lead on Lingo, really closing in on that finalist position as he comes in first place right now. Lingo with a bonk, that's going to hurt. That's going to leave Neil with a door wide open to try to push finalist who just got another slowdown.
North. I don't know exactly what he hit. Might have just been a block transition, but he definitely got multiple dozen kilometers per hour chipped off the top there. Neil with he's going for the clean sweep. He wants to go into the next map as a finalist. Reminder, folks, 120 to get 2 finalists this time around. So technically 121, I believe, unless that's just how the lobby set up. Either way, 120.
We learned from Randomize earlier that the lobby has a mechanism where the 1 in 121 is just something that helps the code differentiate who's got finalist. It is actually 120. So if anyone's confused, it's 120 points for finalist. Ignore the 1.
That's good to know. It'd suck if someone got 120. It's like, well, I need to finish the next round, and then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, definitely. But so far, we got a clean race here from Lingo, North, and Charles. It actually looks like Neil is a little bit in the mud, but he's been playing so well that it's bound to happen eventually. Charles trying to really push North here, wants to try to mount a comeback, and a strong round here with Neil in the mud is going to help. He's going to go very inside on the grass. That's going to help. Oh my goodness, 2 inside grass lines. He just gained a ton of speed on Lingo, too. He might actually fight in the end here. Does he have enough? Nowhere close, unfortunately. But
he had so much speed, he like clipped the top of the finish. I didn't think that was possible. I've heard people joke about that, but I hadn't seen that actually happen yet. Charles was zooming. Oh my.
And unfortunately, North gonna take a bonk there. That one's gonna hurt a bit. But they're blaming Kyle in the chat. I can't blame him. Kyle, great dude. Very risky fin mapper.
The players definitely love it. Don't ask them in person. Either way. Another map that I'm sure the players love is Yoru, which we're heading over to next. This one, we're bound to see at least a good amount of crashes. I would have to guess at least once around, because there's a lot of tricky parts to this map, a lot of weird transitions, a lot of places to clip, a lot of places to just lose speed outright.
Yeah, definitely. This map is very quickly turning into my favorite map left in the map pack. It's a beautiful balance of risk and pace and ease and difficulty, and it really brings out the closest rounds that I've seen so far today.
Definitely. Well, Neil really only needs to finish. He doesn't care, I mean, aside from denying points from his opponents, which I'm sure he definitely wants to do, but he technically only needs to get 4th place, and he's finalist next round.
We are closing in on our first grand finalist mighty quickly, and it almost makes me sad. I'm having way too much fun watching these players grind it out.
Yeah, definitely, but I'm sure they're getting antsy to finish out this match one way or another. Neil probably most of all, because he could almost taste the grand finals, I'm sure.
Yeah,
but, warm-up's over.
As we get into it, the fact that we're so close to grand finals already just shows you how smooth the tournament's been running today. So shout out to CD, shout out to Randomize, and shout out to the entire Panamerican Trackmania Championship team. You guys have done a great job, and it really shows.
And also shout out to Kem for not overcooking the servers this weekend. Much appreciated, buddy. Either way, all 4 players are keeping it clean thus far in the map. You see Lingo has a ton of speed, definitely challenging Neil. And there's someone else, I think that's Charles. They're all right next to each other, but Charles bonks the inside, going a little bit too risky there, but you had to do that. I mean, otherwise there was no chance of passing them. Lingo, it's a little bit of extra speed coming into the uphill.
Yeah. This is going to make a really tight race in the final. Neil actually losing grip on the riskiest part of this map. That's going to make him really difficult to win and deny points from his opponents. Fortunately, he should still be grand finalist by the end of this.
Well, don't count your chickens before they're hatched. He will be finalist, but not quite grand finalist yet. He has to win a round, which, I mean, he's done before. But still, also, Lingo, 1 minute flat 0.7. I don't think that's world record. I don't have them popped up on my secondary monitor, but that's also screaming fast. 1 minute flat's always very fast on this map.
Yeah, these are impressive times from all of these players. And now with our first finalist, we'll see if Neil... We saw this in loser's bracket at one point. The first time we got finalists, the player, I believe it was Zettins, went start of the map first place and ended the map in first place with no real challenge. And Neil is not going to be able to do the same thing with an early bonk. That's going to hurt your confidence a tad.
Yeah, that's just spec mapping in a nutshell, man. You're gonna clip somewhere. You just gotta hope it happens at the right time. But Neil, it would take a catastrophe for both Charles and Lingo to get him up into that first place spot. And even North is challenging him for third place pretty well. He's not given up very much ground.
Yeah, Charles and Lingo are too good to give up a mistake that bad, both of them together. Lingo almost losing grip on the sausage, but he's not going to, and now he's got a comfortable lead going to the latter section of this map. Takes inside on the dirt, that's pretty safe. He's going to lose a ton of speed. That's going to let Charles overtake. Charles make the risky fin. He should be able to. That's the win for Charles.
Yeah, these players are screaming. That's 108 or 1 minute flat 0.8 for Charles. And another 1.9 for Lingo. That's crazy fast. And now Lingo, well, he needs to win because second place gets 6 points, and that would be hilarious, but also tragic for him if he if he ended this round with 119 points.
It does probably let Lingo risk a little bit more, which you saw him do with an early inside line there. It didn't quite pay off. He's in second behind Neil, but let's see if this inspires Lingo to crank out a close to world record time. So far, that's Neil with a... Did he balk again, or did he just... Where'd the slowdown come from? I don't understand.
I think he clipped the fence on the side. At least that's what it looked like to me. I'm not sure. But that does give Lingo the opportunity to claim his own finalist, unless Charles has anything to say about it. Of course, North is completely out of the round. I think he just completely failed to finish, so he DNF'd.
Yeah, Lingo taking a weird line there. That's going to lose him some speed. Charles might be able to play spoiler again. Lingo cutting right over the corner. Loses a tad, but he's still going to have speed into the end. It's anyone's game. I have no idea what's going to happen. Lingo taking a great inside line. Got to risk it on this third. Charles further outside. Lingo further inside. Look, Charles has more speed. Charles going for the jump. Who's got it? It's Charles. Wow, by 100th.
16 milliseconds. That's about 10 times faster than it takes for you to blink on average. Just to put that into perspective, those players are really pushing each other. And crucially, Lingo isn't finalists. That's just salt in the wound, if you ask me. Charles getting close to finalists too.
Yeah, that'll give Neil another opportunity. He's had a couple rounds of finalists and bonked pretty early both times, and that's a third time. Yikes, I hope that doesn't hurt his mental.
Yeah, I don't even blame him for DNFing there, because the odds are you're not going to get back up in the first place, and it really doesn't matter outside of denying points. But like, Lingo would have to DNF himself in order to not get finalist. Charles, however, does bonk, so he's probably not going to get first place. It's up to the North to deny Lingo the 10 points. Not that it matters, he just needs to finish, but North wants the 10 points. What can I say?
North is an extremely strong player. If he snuck out of first place here, I was about to say don't count him out, but that airtime is really going to hurt, and now he's sitting in third. Charles actually making a bit of a run on Lingo, but I don't think it's going to matter. Lingo should be able to foxtrot into the end.
Yeah, well, Lingo doesn't really care about the extra 9 points there. Also, Lingo just hit a new round best. That's disgusting, by the way. But at the very least, he can be happy that he denied at least 4 points from Charles there.
And now we have two finalists. Neil struggling with finalists. Let's see how Lingo does. He started off really poorly for Lingo standards and coming right back for the comeback.
I mean, keep in mind, if you remember back to the first map, he was finishing it in 4th place. And now the roles are pretty much reversed. He has the potential to be the first grand finalist. All he needs to do is get a really solid run here on kickback, which, you know, sometimes is easier said than done because there's a lot of opportunities to hit the outside dirt, and that's something that Lingo really struggled with earlier in this series.
Lingo on finalist, but with a bit of kind of tomfoolery in the chat. I literally didn't win because of input lag. That's not the mental you want to see from someone that's one round away from grand finals, Lingo.
Unfortunate either way. If you can shake it off, you know, avoid too much tilt, because now is certainly not the time to be tilting. I mean, you have the chance to outplay Neil. That's a really strong opponent. I mean, that is the previous winner of the American Open, which is the spiritual predecessor to this. Many of the same people involved, in fact. So,
you know, maybe Lingo takes this like Michael Jordan, takes it a little personally, fuels him a little bit, try to get into grand finals here. And sneaky storyline. Neil and Lingo both fought quite a bit. Not literally, but in Trackmania, battled back and forth in the NA regionals, and here we see them neck and neck for grand finals. This is starting to turn into a multi-tournament rivalry between the two of them, and I can't wait to see it develop.
Definitely. Well, Charles gets an early bonk there, so he's pretty much out of it for the time being. He's going to have to take some extreme risks and hope that someone else makes some kind of mistake to even get third place. But thus far, they're keeping it relatively clean. North and Neil battling it up for first place. Lingo not too far behind in third. Definitely could steal it away if given the right opportunity.
Yeah, we have randomizes beautiful split screen on both of our finalists. Lingo a little bit behind, and Neil finally with a great opportunity to close it out. All he's got to do is hit this risky fin. He gets the inside line. Here he goes, full speed. Can he make it? Yes, he can. We have our first grand finalist, and deservedly so. Neil, well done. Round of applause.
Well, it's really on Lingo now. Charles is not finalist yet. And actually, if he gets second place, say North gets first place and Charles gets second, Charles will be on 119. But if Charles wins this round, then we're probably going to be seeing another double finalist. And they're going to have to do it here on Kickback for at least a couple more rounds.
Yeah, Lingo actually threw a GG in the chat, so maybe he's calmed down a little bit, feeling a little bit better without the input lag. He's in second place here, chasing Charles for a chance at grand finals. He's going to take an inside line. That's actually going to get him a lot of speed. A risky line is really going to pay off. Avoids the checkpoint beautifully into the plastic section. He's going to get it. It might all come down to that risky sausage line at the end of the track. All three players, no bonks. This is peak Trackmania esports right now.
Lingo is risking harder than I think I've seen him risk any time before, even in this tournament. He's risked a lot, but he is getting so dangerously close to all of these corners, as close as he could possibly get, and it pays off. He's going to be the second grand finalist here. Charles and North go down to the lower bracket to fight their way for a chance back at the grand finals.
Another grand finalist, another chance at the rivalry. And Lingo not exactly happy about it in the chat. I didn't expect that to come.
I can't see the chat, so I have to take your word for it.
He seems to be saying there's something wrong with his controller. I wonder if that's going to play into grand finals later. We are playing for third place. The seeding matters marginally for some of the consolation matches, but we do have our first two grand finalists.
I guess we're playing for third because the lobby is still going, although North just kind of hit a wall and stopped driving. So Charles is going to get finalist from this round. That's all but guaranteed. Even with that clip, yes. Even with the clip, he will get finalist. I don't know, it's just a rough situation for North, but he is guaranteed to get into the lower bracket finals and get another chance, so he's probably just trying to mentally reset for that.
Yeah, I can't blame him. It's tough to keep playing after you've kind of been eliminated from a tournament, but shout outs to all the players that have had a terrific weekend. Thank you for being a part of it. To everyone watching the stream, thank you for being a part of it. It's been an honor having you, and the best Trackmania is still to come.
Definitely. Is North actually driving? Oh, he is actually driving this round. Okay, he wanted to play spoily to the finalists, I guess. I don't know. They are going to be driving this out to see who can get third place. I think this is the last round. I always forget to keep track of how many rounds we played on this map, but it's either 3 or 4. And
what we
North
saw
actually in the lead.
Yeah, what we saw in the lower bracket earlier is in the same situation after the two players moving on had been decided. The remaining two players drove it backwards. So we got a backwards round going in, which was really fun. Hopefully we get to see some equally fun interactions throughout the rest of the tournament. But we actually have a pretty good fight here between Charles and North. North finally taking a bit of a bonk, but not enough to really cost them. And it's really anyone's game going into these last couple turns. Charles is going to go high here, go for the inside line on the risky fin, try to close it out right here. He should be able to. That's GG's.
It's going to be Charles taking third place in this. I don't know what that changes other than... No, actually, I don't even know what that...
It just changes marginal seeding for the consolation bracket that players are playing for fun. But GG's to everyone. Charles and North, you are officially eliminated from the tournament, but thank you for being a part of it. I think you've inspired all of us.
This was upper brackets, so
Oh, this
both.
was upper bracket. They're still
Yep,
alive. Correct me.
They're
Thank
still
you.
alive.
Then we gotta see how they're gonna perform in lower brackets shortly.
Sure enough, but give us a few minutes, folks, while we get that all set up and make sure the players are good to go. That's all we got for this round, I believe. Yeah, that was the only game going on at this time. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with the action for the lower bracket finals for the Pan American Trackmania Championship. You probably noticed that something's a little bit different. JoJo Making unfortunately had to run, so we got randomized pulling double duty here with the production and as a co-caster now.
I'm also helping out CD run the actual bracket itself too now because he had to step away, and I'm not sure if he was just expecting me to finish doing it or not. And I have no problem either way. I'm quite used to this, but I'm having fun with it. I'm having a lot of fun with it. But we are moving in to the losers bracket final. I'm hoping JoJo wasn't foreshadowing last round on who gets eliminated. Or I think he was reading the script a little bit too early. So we got to rip the pages out, and we got to let the players rewrite the script as we move into this losers bracket final.
Definitely. We got the match pretty much on warm up while we get everyone in and we're all set to go.
Yeah, so we have Zen, Charles, Cheese Lover, again, that is North, and Raceland. Raceland and Zedins have been fighting their way through the loser bracket earlier today. They already had to play 2 rounds to get where they are right now, while Charles and North only played 1 round in the upper bracket final, and now they are here. So we are pretty much in the gauntlet. We're in the final gauntlet. It's up to pretty much how these guys react, how they respond to it. You know, you got 2 players that have been kind of riding momentum, and we got 2 players that just unfortunately dealt with a loss. And, you know, a lot of this is momentum. Like, how do we move into this? How do we kind of reset ourselves? Because this is elimination match. This is it. Once you lost, you're out, you know?
Yep. Well, it's really just on these players at this point. They know the stakes. They know what they're fighting for. And they're going to be fighting for in just a little bit once we get the pause all settled.
Yeah, we're
should be good.
We're just waiting for one player. We weren't sure where he is, but he is moving. All right, so I'm gonna let the herd go, let them out.
It's like herding cats sometimes, these players. But
Yep.
Either way, you gotta let them run free. Warm-up's gonna be starting in just a minute.
Oh no, this is warm up. They're done.
They're just going straight in the rounds from here.
Yeah, we're getting them in. So here we go. Put in the code in. Pause. Ching. And let's do it. You like my little sound effect? I had to add on to it.
I couldn't tell whether it was in game or you. Either way,
you flattered me.
We got all these players playing on actually the map they're randomized, built minus the ending, of course. Everyone pretty much neck and neck to start things off. It looks like, who's that? Charles up in the lead for now. He has a good amount of speed, but that can very easily change coming into this third turn right up here.
Raceland still in the back, but in the pack. It's all 4 of these players. I mean, we did have Charles and North just compete against 2 of probably the hardest people you can go up against in NCSA. So even though they had a loss, a lot of momentum going into it. Ooh, Raceland unfortunately clips there. A lot of momentum could be, moved into this one, as Charles will be the first one across that finish line with a 49.7. That's actually really good.
Anything 49 is crazy. And even North pulls out a 49 of his own. He was less than a 10th away. So I think maybe the momentum isn't going to help Zetins and Wrestling as much as we might have expected, right? They've had a great run into the lower bracket, but they're going to have to pull a little bit more out of their hats if they want to go up against the people who just had to suffer through Neil and Lingo in rounds.
Yeah. And I do want to announce and just let you all know, the prize money has been increased. The prize pool is currently $515. First place takes $215. Second takes $140. Third takes $80. Fourth takes $40. And fifth and sixth take $20 each. So the 2 that we saw that just got eliminated, they both made $20 each. So now here, the bottom 2 players here will take... Oh, no, excuse me. The bottom 2 players here will take $20 each. And then the other 2 will be moving up into the grand finals, playing for at least $40. Yeah, Charles almost didn't make that one in.
That was terrifyingly close. He was really going for the edge there. Wrestling had a really nasty crash towards the very beginning, so he's in the mud. But he gets his 3 points and has to hobble away from that one. North actually in the lead in terms of points. He's been consistently in those like top 2 spots. Not necessarily always in first place, but when he's not, he's been in second, and that's good enough in a lot of cases.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
Charles.
that's
Or no, that was
not Charles. That was Zenz who ends up taking a hit on that wall. It is a cursed spot. I will admit, when I made that, even I made those mistakes. But I said, you know what? I'll make a mistake, but if I can get through it cleanly at least 3 times, these guys can handle it easily. So that's my rule of mapping when I make my maps. If I'm like, all right, I can make it through. So the better players can get through better. So whenever they go, what is this turn, blah, 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 and I'm like, whatever, I did it, so you should be able to do it. Skill issue. I guess I've been hanging out with Kyle, but too much.
Charles has a lot of speed, but I don't the window. Oh, wait. No, he did make it. Oh, Jesus. That was
my
emotional roller coaster. North pulled a Charles there. 7 milliseconds. Are you kidding me?
7
Breathe,
thousandths of a
fellas.
second. That is emotional damage if I've ever seen one.
I'm sure both Charles and North's hearts just like jumped into their throat for that. Did I make it?
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's like the worst part about it is that the riskiest part of it is how wide you end up going because you're trying to just keep all that speed. So not only that you may potentially go too high and hit the top of it, but you may also go too far to the right and not make it in the finish. So scary indeed, but you know, they make it work.
Somehow. I don't know, it's their job. They're doing this for prize money. They can't complain. Anyways, gets Charles actually leading up the rear for the time being. Even has to release there, so I doubt he's going to be anything but 4th place, barring someone failing to finish for real this time. North going for a lot of speed, but he does get the bonk. Zetins will actually get the crucial 10 points.
North actually didn't even make the jump. He ends up hitting the dirt, and because of that, he lost all his speed. He went for the risky, and unfortunately did not work out for him, so he didn't come in 4th. And that allows Charles to start really creeping back up. And Zenz, I should also say, they are tied 24-24. It allowed them to creep back up towards Cheese Lover, or North, I should say. And, you know, that's not a bad thing. It's kind of good to, you know, like, sure, you had a bad round, but you have a lead, you know, like, so you're allowed to make those mistakes once in a while.
Yeah, definitely, and of course with the map order, we're going from one Kyle finish to the other. Hopefully North is getting his triangle CP fails out early and not in rounds. You hate to see it. Or if you're one of these other 3 players in the lobby, you love to see it, depending on whether they're playing with, you know, the UI on and all that. I don't know what their preferences are. Doesn't really matter either way. They just got to drive, play their own game.
It really depends on the player. I think the most common thing I see are a lot of players they have spots in the map where they flash ghosts on, like I do too. And then pretty commonly, a lot of players will also, when they go through checkpoints, they'll flash their HUD on and off because they also may or may not have the plugin that shows speed. And it's a plugin that allows you to know if you are going faster or slower than you were in your best time on that speed. So it really does kick in and help out nicely on exactly how these guys can tell whether or not they're doing good or they're not because of those nice little plugins.
Yeah, that one in particular, Randomize was just mentioning, it's called Speed Splits. If anyone wants to check that one out, I use it a lot with a lot of the full speed maps that I play. Quite useful for that. But either way, regardless of whether these players use it or not, Wrestling is up in the lead for what feels like the first time this series. Hasn't had the greatest of starts on Ping Pong, but doing pretty well in Artificer so far.
Yeah, Raceland has been doing really well in this map. This seems to be one of his best maps, as we saw North end up flying a little bit too far, and he's out of this race. So it's pretty much a Raceland versus Charles race. North and Zenz are just going to poke at each other in the back and see what happens, who ends up losing. But Charles is trying to gain up on Raceland, going for that really risky inside line. But because of that, he ended up turning a little bit too much. and that ended up causing him to lose that speed. So Charles, 41 thousandths of a second off. If that's how we're going to start this, okay. I'm looking for more.
Hopefully with a little bit less crashes in the back. The positions didn't really change there, and well, that crash from Zedins did allow Charles to get a few points ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say the positions haven't changed, but the reach is starting to change a little bit. It's only a 3-point difference, so it's a third. That's even a 4th place difference, but still, you want to start breaking that gap open. You really want to just start sticking the crowbar between you and your opponent and try to break free. And I think I would say North did a good job with that at the beginning, but everyone else seems to be sealing up the holes and really trying to claw their way back into this one, as Zedins and Charles are both battling North up front. Raceland not too far behind.
Zedins was actually pretty far behind in the start of this round, but he found a ton of speed towards the middle there. And now he's battling with North for that first place spot. Is he going to be able to keep it intact? North going very inside. I think he will claim the first place. He will. 53.3. That's pretty damn fast.
Back it up. Back it up, Charles. Back it up.
Where's Charles? There it is. A few seconds behind, but you get there eventually.
I turned the HUD on and I saw nobody. Oh no, Zedins. Oh no. His game's not working for him today, unfortunately. Speaking of Zedins, let's hop on board with him on one side, and let's hop on board with Raceland on the other. These two have been pretty close in these matches. North as well has been doing well. It's such a back and forth. It always seems we have like a new pair up in the front, so it's kind of hard to say who's really dominating this map,
Yeah, definitely. Charles right now up in the front, but a lot of mistakes have been made towards the middle portion of this map, but everyone keeping it relatively close for the time being, within 2/10 of each other. And actually, North just rockets up to challenge Charles, but then falls back down. I think Charles hit the outside line.
Oh, yeah, no. I thought Charles had recovered somehow. Ooh, these poles, man. Oh, really going for that risky line, unfortunately.
Woo!
He did everything he could to go on that inside line, so he may be practicing that line right now. That is a very hard line to go for. And again, I said it last game, and I'll say it now. One of the hardest parts about this map is that the risky itself isn't too hard. You just need a little bit of speed. You can jump to it, and you'll make it. It's fine. The hard part is trying to build the speed to pass your opponents is what makes it very hard. And that's the problem, because you're trying to get these weird like grass SDs, no slides, whatever, to build the speed, but you're also going at an awkward angle. So that's why you see the players constantly banging into the poles instead of going through that finish line. It happens, unfortunately, but I gotta say right now, 47-43, 36-35, it's anyone's game. It's only the second map, but no one's really pulling a good lead. Everyone keeps responding from everyone else's victories.
Yeah, definitely. And as you said, the finish itself, the speed check isn't quite so difficult. It's really just like keeping the speed, and of course the best speed building lines, as you can see right here, are usually the more outside and risky ones. Charles tried to go risky again, but it didn't quite work out. Raceland this time around will claim victory, darn near his own live best, I guess, in this match. It's like 4 thousandths away from his best, so that's pretty darn fast and consistent. But it doesn't matter anymore because we're going to a different map now.
Yep, that's it. And if you thought that map was hard, think again.
No, it's E2. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, he's squared. You skip. You see it even in the chat. Everyone in F1. Skip. The only person who likes this map is Zedins. Zedins hates every map except this one, and everyone hates every map, or everyone loves every map except this one. I guess it's the French in his French Canadian that's really kicking in. He's
just flat out French. He's
I know,
resident.
That's what I mean, though. Like it's really the French side sticking out, because and it's pretty clear if you're new to the Trackmania scene, this game is relatively French dominated. You know, it's majority
It's a
of
French
the
game.
it's a French game. Yeah, majority of the pro players are all French. Ironically, though, the player with the most championships under his belt is a North American player who so happens to be a French Canadian, but it's fine. It's fine. It's still in North America. He's
Still Canadian.
He's
Still
still on our
counts.
side. I don't care what language he speaks. He's still on our side. So
He
as much
speaks
as
both. It's fine.
exactly. So as much as everyone goes, oh, the Americas, they don't know how to play the game. Well, guess what? We hold the most championships. Thank you. Goodbye.
Yeah, well, you know, either way, technically he was invited to this as well, but unfortunately was unable to attend. But kind of understandable because isn't he like an engineer IRL, and then he's probably practicing the World
Well,
Cup
that's
maps.
that's the reason why he's not attending is because he wants to actually take a break, and I don't blame
Fair.
him. You
I
know,
get it.
Because if I don't know if you've seen those World Tour maps for the World Championship, but they are cutthroat. So like you're gonna need a lot of practice for the World Championship. So I don't blame him for just taking a break, not having to learn other maps. He would for a little bit. He did play him, but I don't blame him. I think it's good that he's taking a break. I think that's what he needed.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to burn out the greatest of all time. Either way, Zettins is actually in the lead, a pretty demanding lead actually as well. It's like over half a second, and as long as he gets the risky finish cleanly, which is easier said than done, let's be real here. Ski Freak kind of cooked with it, but he does manage to get through.
Man, your commentator curse kicked in, but on the wrong person. Raceland ends up crashing. And then I believe North decides to go safe, and Charles just said, screw it, I'm going. And he flew in and got that one. So that allows Charles to get that second place that he very needs right now as he is falling down into fourth place in the points overall. Cheese Lover and Zettins are currently the ones in the front. So let's actually get them both on your screen right now. The two of them are battling to start breaking away into first place. And it only, we're only on the third map, but the beginning rounds are what really helps determine and really show what the game is going to be.
It's really worth mentioning as well that in the previous match, the upper bracket finals, North performed really well on this map as well. He had an early start, a good amount of points. He was really challenging Neil there, and then it was the later maps that he started to fall further behind. So this is definitely an opportunity for him to widen that lead, but he is going to fall a little bit further behind, an awkward line there. So it's really up to Charles and Zettins to battle it out for first place. Raceland trying to gain some ground, but doesn't seem to be.
Charles! Oh my... Yo, talk about... Dude, have you ever seen those videos, those really cool videos of like people, those drifters for like Red Bull where they slide across and they're like inches from the wall and they break a can of like a Monster or something like that, or Red Bull. Charles did that with the front of his nose with that pole. Like he just went shing, and like if there was a little soda can on that thing would have gone cut clean down the middle, because that was the riskiest line I've ever seen on that grass.
Well, he gotta risk it for the biscuit here, and that did help him get out of fourth place, but he still needs probably a couple more round wins to get up into like that second and potentially first place. Still within striking distance. Ethan's actually clipped, so that's gonna be him falling further down. Charles up in the lead, battling it out with North. A very risky outside dirt there from both of them. Their ghosts right on top of each other.
No, that's Raceland.
That's
North,
Raceland.
Raceland, North actually the slightest clip I've ever seen on a pole and had him drop down. So Raceland is going to be the one breaking away in first place as Charles again. He was trying it again. He was trying to show 2 for 2, but unfortunately makes a mistake. But can he hold that second place? Woo! Good round on the
Just
back end.
Barely. 1,000. Oh, no.
Wow. That was a little intense. And look at that. We are completely in the 60s. Everyone is in the 60s. Talk about a really close match. No one wants to go home here. This is, again, just to remind you, this is the loser bracket final. You don't want to lose here, because if you do, you're done. You're packing your bags, you're going home, you're tied for 5th and 6th, and you make $20. And in reality, I feel like the only person who's really benefiting from that $20 would be Charles, because I think it's worth more in Colombia, whereas the rest of us are kind of like, eh.
I mean, it's worth a couple bucks more in Canada, but yeah, for the most part, I mean, either way. Speaking of Charles, he wants more than the $20. He's going for the whole pot of gold, I suppose, as he's pretty far up in the lead compared to everyone else. North, the next closest one, he's about a quarter second away. Charles honks the wall. Can you tell who Randomized is rooting for?
Hey, he's a fellow Air Gang. He's my coach. He's my mentor. He's my sensei. You know, I got to root on for the guy. I've been rooting on for him such a long time. You know, yeah, sure, there's a little bit of caster bias. I'm not gonna lie, a little bit. You know, if Tubes was in here or if Nats was in here, I would be cheering for them too, because you know, Air Gang got a gang. You know, we're together. Oh man! But now Cheese Lover is the first one to break out of those 60s, followed by Zetins with 69. Nice.
The movie announcer voice, I love it. Either way, Charles is climbing his way up. He got a lot of second places there, and you know, barring the people who are getting first place, that's gonna bump you up over time. He's creeping on Zetins, less so North, but again, North, that seems to be one of the maps he was most comfortable with from the previous series. He was pretty consistently up there this time around as well. But now, the map that everyone loves to hate, or just loves, I don't know, maybe Zetins loves it. Yoru. Good old-fashioned spec mapping. Very dank. That's really the only two words you can use to describe this.
Damn, I got called out in the chat. Man, just because I have 0 points doesn't mean I'm bad. Okay, I'm bad. That's why I'm here in the casting booth and not competing right now. Oh, well, one of these days, I'll be up there. But then you don't get the beautiful production. They eliminated me so that I can, you know, I purposely lost so that I can bring you this beautiful production. I swear. Man, I'm bad at this game, okay? I'm bad.
The copium is real in the caster booth, ladies and gentlemen, but that's all right because the warm-up is just about over. We're going to get into Yoru for real. And it's really anyone's game still. I mean, a round win by Raceland, that puts him up there battling with North once again, so hold your breath.
How am I supposed to cast if I'm holding my breath?
Not you. I mean,
okay.
you could try, but
yeah, I may have held my breath a little bit there. I was waiting for something else, but it never came through. Anyway, as we move on into the first round of Yoru, built by Spec featuring Whiskey. Definitely a tough one. Ooh, Zetins making a mistake here. So now Raceland is chasing Charles down. Loses that gear, and that's going to allow Cheese Lover to start gaining on him. Loses the gear again, unfortunately. It's so hard to recover if you lose that gear in that dirt part. But Charles is just breaking away with the lead. If he's looking at that the HUD of his, you'll notice he's got a 0.2 lead. 0.3 now as he's starting to run away with it. He may or may not push these lines too hard. Yeah, he didn't go too wide. What was that horn?
Oh, that's I think it's North's horn. It's like a clown nose.
That is beautiful. And just to answer the question, yes, there is a pick ban, or not ban, but there's a pick order for the last one.
For the grand finals. Yep. Well, Charles now, well, everyone, by the way, is back into the 70s, the same 10-point gap. But Charles now in second place and 1 point behind North. He's trying to make a statement. This has been back and forth. I feel like everyone has been in first place and fourth place in points at some point in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, I think what blows my mind is the fact of how many times we've seen double numbers. Like, it is so close that we've seen ties over and over again, and it's kind of mind-blowing to show, like, how good these players are. Or they're just so bad, they just drive really fast and slam into walls, and they take turns slamming into walls. I don't know. I'm going to go with they're all very good players.
I don't hope so, because they ran circles around both of us.
Yeah, so I was about to say, so I don't have them come into a VC later and be like, really? I'm bad?
Charles snipe from wrestling. That's beautiful. And he really wanted those 6 points. Of course, North gonna gain 4 points against Ace 5 up on Charles. North really wants that victory. He got in 4th place in the upper bracket finals. I think he's getting hungry.
Can we just talk about the fact that Charles did, in fact, snipe one and almost sniped another one? 93 thousandths behind North there at the end. Like, if there was just one more block of road, Charles would have won that one. That's insane how close he got there.
I mean, they don't call him the Bullet for nothing, I suppose.
They call him the Bullet?
Yeah, wasn't that his nickname from, like, early Eric Carlito the Bullet?
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Shows how much you pay attention either way.
He's my sensei, but I don't know anything about him.
Zettan's now up in the lead, and so hunting
bye-bye.
for some desperate points.
As
okay,
you said, Zet, you just had to cast. You just said his name, and he goes, "Huh."
His attention was elsewhere, and he needed some kind of voodoo magic to avoid the caster curse, but not strong enough. Apparently, I don't know my own power. I blame Zettan still. Either way, Charles up in the lead again, looking to get a few points. Cheese Lover hoping to distract someone with his horn, but to no avail. He's still in 3rd place. And Charles, I think that's going to help him take the lead or tie.
I don't know.
Barely take the lead.
Yeah. I'm going to blame Kyle for it. He didn't do anything in mapping-wise on this one, but I'm going to blame him on this one. It just seems to be the motto of the weekend. Yeah, Charles now up by 1 over Cheese Lover, and Zettan's again making a mistake. Oh no! Talk about mud, but remember, you can bounce back, and you just have to remember that you can bounce back. You just got to stay focused and just kind of shake it off, and hopefully Zens will be able to bounce back. Really would love to see him start pulling back towards the rest of the crowd.
Maybe
North.
not.
Oh, and then Charles, what's going on? Raceland is just cruising. Everyone else is like punching each other, and Raceland's just driving the car like nothing's going on.
I've got 2 words to describe what's going on right now. Spec mapping. That's basically all there is to say about it. Raceland cruising pretty up into that 1st place spot. North still about a half a second behind, and I don't think anyone else really changed up the positions there. So that's going to be Raceland getting some much needed points. Zettan's not so much. He's still falling further behind. But we got 3 players in the 90s. And I don't think it's possible for any... Yeah, I was going to say it is very much not possible for anyone to get finalist in this map because we're done with it. And we're probably not coming back to it.
Yeah, apparently Zens is not a big fan of the map pack, but, you know, it happens. There will be tournaments you like, and there's tournaments you don't. I wasn't the biggest fan of Stage 1 World Tour maps. I thought they were okay. I love Stage 2 World Tour maps, and now I don't know what the mappers were on during the World Tour Championship map. So, you know, you win some, you lose some. I mean, Zen's, for a guy that doesn't enjoy these maps, he's still doing a really good job.
He's guaranteed top 6 in the tournament, by the way.
He's walking away with money. For a guy who's like, I don't like these maps, like, you're walking away from money. So, at least like the maps enough that you were able to win some money.
I mean, if this is what he can do on maps he doesn't like, I'd hate to see what he can do on... Or I'd love to see what he can do on maps that he does want to hunt.
Yeah.
Either way, warm-up just about over. Not the riskiest of maps. It's not going to be like Yoru or Itsu where you see a bunch of crashes. If anyone does crash, it's going to be self-inflicted, as we saw with Lingo in the upper bracket finals, where he would just go so risky in the outside dirt turns, and he'd usually bonk. But we'll have to wait and see. Zettan's in particular has a few points to catch up, but honestly, that's like 2 round victories away from getting back into the fray, so he's not out of it at all.
Yeah, we're going to be hopping on board with both the players in front. That would be Charles and North. We're currently 1 point away from each other. Again, just they're just passing the lead back and forth to each other. And now, North and Charles up in front in this pack. And we even see, I believe that's Raceland, who just fought his way to the front. Zenz is falling behind, unfortunately. Charles almost hit the sausage clip, somehow avoids it, and gets himself into second position. Oh, but he clipped a little bit of the wall, so unfortunately, that's going to have him fall behind and fall back at the 4th place. That's not what you want when you know Cheese Lover is up in front.
North going for an extremely inside approach. It's paying off. He doesn't have anything in his way. Raceland does get a crucial 6 points, however. And Charles, well, you want some points at the very least. Okay, yeah. He does finish at the very end there. It was down to the wire. I was like, you don't want to give up the 3 points at the very least. But North, crucially, and Charles, 2 victories away.
Yeah, I mean, North can afford even just coming in 4th and then getting a victory and still hit finalists. So North just really needs to get 1st place once. If he can get 1st place once, he's lined himself up for at least 2 more rounds. So we'll see how he's able to respond on this one. Currently battling it out with Charles, and Zenz comes low on that plastic. That allows him to get up front, but lost a little bit of exit speed. Still somehow fighting in this battle right now. And North just riding along the white line of that circle. And North is still up in front. Charles is trying to go low. Gets a little bit more exit speed out of it, but it makes you go wider. And unfortunately, Charles cannot get up there, and that's going to allow Cheese Lover to set himself up. Again, next round, pretty much anything can happen. As long as he just gets across that finish line, he will put himself as a finalist.
Yeah, but if you're North, you also want to deny your opponent some points, especially Charles, who just died. Is that Raceland? That was North. Okay, well, I guess he's not going to be denying any points. He's just going to go for the 3 and roll it into the finish line next time around. He does actually have the potential to claim 1st place on this map, I think. This is, what, round 3 of this? I don't keep track of this.
I don't count.
We'll figure out. Either it'll continue to another round, or it'll be like, okay, well, next map. Either way, the top 3 are all within a few tenths of each other. Charles keeping it clean for the time being, and just to keep the gear. It's easier said than done, but these players make it look easy. Charles going for a very risky approach, looking for as much speed as he possibly can. Very inside approach to the plastic. I don't think anyone's going to be able to overtake him, so he's going to go up to 116 points. Raceland not too far behind.
Yeah, so it's a little unfortunate for Charles, and he's at 116. So that means he has to at least get 3rd place to hit that finalist. But we do officially have a finalist, and that will be North. So again, we're going to go into the split screen. Keep North on your screen at all times and see what he can do. Charles just needs to get at least 3rd place to get that finalist, but he's going to want 1st place to not allow North to win this one, because not only are you playing to keep your life in the tournament, but you're also battling for a seed position in the grand finals, because there will be a pick order. So if you're 4th, you're only going to have 2 maps to pick from, because the other 3 are going to pick the maps first. So it's very important to try and not only get eliminated, but push for that 3rd seed.
Definitely, but North is up in the lead. I don't think anyone's going to be able to have the speed to overtake. Surely not. 52.7, a respectable time, and that's going to be North punching his ticket back up for a rematch against Neil and Lingo in the grand finals.
And Charles did, in fact, get his 3rd place. Barely got it, but he did get his 3rd place. So because of that, he now has the finalist line. And we are on ping pong. We are on my map. And I'm just going to wait to see it in the chat where Zenz just says minus, minus, minus again, because that's all he's been saying. Like, it's getting to the point where I think he starts to forget how to speak English, and he's only speaking in minuses.
It's Morse code, don't you know? He's just forgetting the dots.
Exactly.
Either way, it's worth noting that the 3 points earned from rounds are now off the table. 4 points or nothing if you don't finish. And then 6 points for 2nd and 10 points for 1st still. So the points differential is going to be much more punishing for people who are getting that third place spot.
Okay, I just want to throw this out. Just saw a little announcement. The prize money has increased again. We got another donation. Thank you for donating to the prize money. People, if you want to support those that are here competing and trying their hardest, you can donate to the prize fund. I believe CD can put the link in the chat so you know where to donate if you would like to. It is now a prize pool of $615. So the losers of these match now increase their income by $5. But here we go. We're going to get into this one. Charles, again, is now going to be the one battling for second place. North already has secured his chance of making $50 as minimum. But Charles is also looking to try to do that and get back into the grand finals to also get a rematch against against Lingo and Neil.
And also North, to be fair, he will be there as well.
Sure, North, okay, yeah, that's fair. North is there too.
By the way, Charles is bouncing in and out of first place thus far. No major mistakes. Very stable position to win the series right here and now. I don't know if we play after second place is, but that's the other player's problems. Charles is looking to claim it all right here. We've seen how risky he can take this.
Charles?
Finish. Not quite the most risky. Few milliseconds.
My goodness!
And he will by 17 thousandths. He claims second place. He's going to the grand finals. We're just seeing a rematch of the upper bracket finals.
We really are.
GG's to Zetins and Raceland. Enjoy your prize money. Raceland so very close to getting finalists at the very end there. I guess they are playing to determine who third place is. I guess for the consolation matches this time.
No, not so much consolation match. You are actually playing for 5th and 6th. So,
is there a difference?
No, there's not prize money, but it's just
bragging
more,
rights.
yeah, for bragging rights. Like you're able to say, yeah, I got 5th overall, or I got 6th overall. And I can. Some people don't really care for it. Some people say like, yeah, I got 9th through 16th. But then like some people want to say, yeah, I got 9th place, not I tied with X amount of other people. So I completely get it. So here we're just allowing them to battle it out, try and get that that final bit of pride you can get, that little bit of an ego to say, yes, I am the 5th best player. I am, no matter what, you're still a top 6 contender. That's awesome. That's not easy. And then Zen's, of course, after everyone leaves, he puts the best time for this round.
Well, I mean, the pressure's off, I guess. It's guaranteed a certain amount of prize money. You can just have some fun. Of course, he is going to need to deny Raceland for 2 rounds. Thankfully for Zetins, he does have 110, so winning this round would not only deny Raceland, but also get him to finalist, and then it's just final round. We're okay, well, I wasn't even talking about Raceland. That doesn't count as a curse. But Zetins up in the lead by about, probably, a second by the time we hit this next checkpoint. I don't know, it's stabilized about 3/4 of a second. But Zetzin's just sitting pretty up in that first place spot. I don't think he really has anything to worry about. Doesn't need to take any risks. As Raceland, on the other hand, pretty much does. He really needs to put the pedal to the metal and take all the risky lines if he wants to close it out here.
I'm looking forward to this because, again, it is just more for a bragging right match at this point. But we have a double finalist. So next round is, in fact, the final round. And looking forward to that just because, it's fun. It's fun when there's something for it. It may not be much and not like money-wise, but it's always fun to watch 1v1s. I personally like watching 1v1s. I think they're a lot of fun, especially when you can have a cool little split screen like this where you can watch both perspectives at all time. But, it's always interesting. You always see like all these cars going at once, but now you get to just primarily focus on just these two,
Looks like Raceland got a better exit speed out of that turn, so he will be up in the lead by about a 10th. Anything can happen on this third turn, but these players have been keeping it rather clean. Raceland going for a more inside approach that gives Zetins the possibility to have more exit speed. You can see he's catching up just a little bit, but not quite enough to fully steal that first place away. Raceland really wants to close it out, but Zetins zooming up. He has at least 5 more speed coming into the finish. It looks like he will claim it as long as he doesn't bonk anything. He will not. Raceland is officially our 5th place racer here in the Trackmania Pan-American Trackmania Championship. There's other words before that one.
There's a few words before and after, but yeah, that's gonna be it for this one. So congratulations to North and to Charles for making it back into the grand finals. You were both going for that rematch, while the other two will be eliminated. But hey, you get $25 thanks to people donating. You make some money. You're making more than I make right now.
Maybe that can change someday in the future as this gets larger scale, depending on this or that. But either way, don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to take a few minutes break to get the grand finals set up. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back in just a little bit, so see you then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the very final match of the Pan American Trackmania Championship. We're at the grand finals. It's a rematch of the upper bracket finals. For those of you that don't remember, that was Neil, Lingo, North, and Charles. That is the order of the seeding coming into this match, because Charles technically got third place in the upper bracket finals, but North got first place in the lower bracket finals. So here we are. I believe there is a map pick system. So that would be Neil picking, then Lingo, then North, and then Charles. We'll have the option of just a couple of maps remaining for the pack.
Yep, so because of the seeding order that they came into, the order is Neil get to pick first, and he picks Kickback. Second order is by Lingo, and he picks Yoru. North picks Ping Pong, and Charles picks Artificer, which leaves E2 as the last one. So I know personally I'm not surprised. I feel like the only way we would see E2 early is if Zen's made the finals, but unfortunately he was eliminated in the last match. So I'm not surprised by the pick these guys did. If anything, what does surprise me is that I would say Lingo definitely could have been the odd man out and definitely could have picked E squared, but he has not been playing on it as well as he has been practicing. So I don't blame him for picking Euro, actually. So I don't know. We'll see what happens, but we're gonna actually start this off with the split screen, just so y'all get to enjoy it. We're gonna be on board with the new car,
the Buckley car. Not sure if that's a poke at Lingo for his World Tour team earlier in stage 1. I believe afterwards it was someone else. But either way,
that was Lingo and Buckley, actually. So it's a perfect car for him to be in.
Yep. Well, Lingo is nowhere to be seen. He's down in, fourth place? And North is actually the one up in the lead. Not too far behind, not too much time separating them, but thus far it's Neil and North fighting for that first place spot.
And a really good start for North. Doesn't surprise me because of the fact that North, for the first 5 maps, was currently holding world record for, I believe, for a little while. He is definitely prepared going into this match and overall the tournament, as you can see him getting right through there and starting off the match with a 52.5. That is a really nice time, and that is a way to start it off.
Yeah, very fast time there from North. And again, reminder that Lingo and Neil both earned their way here from the upper bracket final. Charles and North had to earn their way back through the lower bracket. Just one match, but still, that's a lot of extra playing. They've been going basically nonstop since close to 2 hours ago now, give or take.
Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, right. We gotta change the stream title. You keep yapping your lips. I'm gonna do something.
All right. Well, right now we have Lingo up in the front battling it out with Neil, but everyone's really close, within about a tenth of each other. Lingo, however, pulling away a little bit from the pack, manages to keep the gear well enough. I don't think anyone's going to drop the gear at this juncture, at least I'd hope not, because this is for all the marbles, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final match. Lingo keeping it clean. I really don't see anyone challenging him here. This is going to be him taking first place in this round, and a much-needed 10 points after it. Tragic third place in the previous round. I'm sure tragic if you ask him. Either way, Charles is a little bit in the mud for these past couple rounds. He's been getting last place both times around. So he's fallen a bit behind. The North is still in the lead for the time being, but Lingo's right there, only 2 points away. And realistically, we're so early in this series that it doesn't matter. Everyone's within striking distance of each other. You just need one good round, and you're back into the fray. Now, give that a couple more rounds, and that might be a bit different. But North really come into play right now. He bonks a little bit, but he doesn't get too much of an acceleration penalty, so he's up in the lead in front of Lingo by just a little bit.
Also, I just want to remind everyone as well that this is, because this is the grand finals, we are playing to 140 points now. So ignore the 1, chat. It's just up to 140 points. So a little bit more for first places you're going to need to get before you can touch that finalist. And we're playing for a lot of marbles Just as a reminder, we do have a prize fund that you can donate to, and currently, whoever wins this, whoever gets first place, will walk away with 255 US dollars. So, again, someone in Charles' position from Colombia, where the American dollar is worth more, he's walking away with even more money. If you really think about it.
Relatively speaking, sure enough. And speaking of Charles, he's a little bit in the mud. Speaking of mud, Neil also hits the wall there. So Charles probably not going to be getting last place in this round. Lingo, however, because of his performance in the previous round, did overtake North by just a little bit, but they're neck and neck thus far.
Lingo just really showing the amount of power that he can put into a game. Being able to hold up in front. I mean, it's been back and forth, like you said, neck and neck between him and North. North, a lot of people have been kind of going back and forth saying it's going to be either Lingo or Neil, but North is just like, hey, don't forget about me right now. I'm in this match, So good for him to be able to really contest a 3,000ths of a second between Lingo and North. I'm very curious because this was Neil's pick. And he is currently in third place. And now we're going to move on to Yoru, which was Lingo's pick. And now Lingo, again, is known to... He does a lot of full pushes, full risk. And it has and has not worked in his benefit. So I'm very curious about how he's going to be able to play this next round. He is currently in the lead, so it's one of those questions... I mean, Acronator, you're also a competitor. Do you push now? Do you really try to extend that lead? Or do you just kind of cruise it? If you get second place, it's not a big deal. What do you think?
At this level, you kind of have to push to an extent. If you start making mistakes, then just go for consistency. I think then you go for those second, third places maybe. But in his position, if you can pull a Carl Jr. and just get, 30, 40 points ahead of everyone else, I think it's worth it.
I would agree with you, actually. Especially because you know how good your competitors are when you're going into these matches. You know any one of these other players can just pop off. I mean, right now, Charles is in fourth place with 13 points. But one win, that it could allow him to jump over Neil. Right? So it's one of those things where you're not always safe, at least not for a while. So we'll have to see how that's going to go. Let's hop into the duo screen, and we're going to have Lingo on one side, and we're going to have North on the other, so you can see who the person picks.
Oh, the horn.
We're going to go to Charles instead, who also makes a little mistake. We're going to go to Neil instead.
Well, it's Lingo and Neil up in the front. That was kind of the expected result because they are the two that won it out in the upper bracket finals. However, Neil hasn't been having the best of time on way back. Seems to be doing a little bit better this time around. Charles and North a little bit further behind, closer to a second, give or take. Lingo, however, keeping it really stable in that first place spot. He's really pushing for it now.
Ooh, Neil! Ooh. He really did push that line. I saw it. I knew he was just trying to go for that inside line. He had to make that call. You're in that position. I respect it because in reality, you're falling behind. You're not that close to first place. I mean, if Lingo wins this one, he extends his lead by a lot, and that's exactly what just happened because Lingo is going to jump up to 44 points while Neil is only going to be up to 25, 20, 23. I can do my math. I thought it was 8 points. I keep forgetting it's 10 and 6 points. Like, that's how crucial it is, the difference between first and second.
Yeah, well, you got to be rewarded for getting that first place spot. You got to make it worth these competitors' time. Otherwise, we're just going to be here forever. But either way, I mean, Lingo is starting to pull ahead, like you said. And actually, we don't have any two competitors in the same 10-point margin. For the time being, that might change after this round, but it's getting a bit dicey here for people like Charles and even for Neil, who got first place in the upper bracket round to earn the first finalist position. Right now he is in first place. North pulling up the rear. If there wasn't a reason already to not play with cars on, there probably is one now. I'm not sure if they're going to be caught off guard by that horn, however. They're probably 2 in the zone for Lingo. Keeping that first place spot. Neil crashes at the very end. Maybe Charles
Charles
takes,
does take it. What the?
Oh,
Good round.
no.
Yikes, man. You hate to see that. You hate to see that, but, you know, it happens.
One of those moments where you just like sharply inhale and it takes you a moment for your brain to register what just happened.
It takes a little bit longer for me to get my brain to register what happened, as you saw how long it took me to respond, you know. But anywho, and Charles has been definitely struggling a little bit. He's starting to fall behind. Lingo is, I didn't even say his name and he crashed, but unfortunately
That was
for
actually
Neil.
Neil.
I know. Neil was the one who made the mistake, but yeah, no, I mean, now Charles is up in front. This is exactly what he needed. He needs to be up there. He needs to start getting into that first and second position to kind of claw back, because Lingo is starting to run away with this one. And as a reminder, it does go to 140. 140, not 41, chat. And Charles is going to be trying to go for that really risky line. He tried to go wide, but it doesn't work out for him. Unfortunately, Lingo is still going to be up in front, but a 0.116 difference. Not bad. Not bad. We take those.
If I'm not mistaken as well, yesterday, like late last night, Lingo actually got either a PB or like a new world record on Yoru. As the stream just caught up to Neil's crash this round, but I could definitely see why Lingo wanted to play this map. He's doing really well on it last night in practice rounds, so I mean, why not?
We saw another problem mistake happening out from Neil. So
He's going to be falling behind Charles soon enough.
Yeah, I mean, Charles is just creeping up, and to see him in second place again, it's literally a replay of last match right now, as Lingo is up in front, Charles following behind, and again, North just a few milliseconds behind.
Charles is getting a little bit better speed out of the exit of that sausage turn. He will be able to steal that first place away. Lingo certainly doesn't want to give it away. He's taking very sharp lines here. He wants to steal it back. I'm not sure if he's going to have the speed necessary. There's not enough track remaining. He's not going to pull a Neil and crash the finish, but Neil is also 16 seconds behind. I don't think he's going to get points for this.
Yeah, that's the hard part. That's the hardest part about this, is that you still need to finish, you know? And when you just kind of fall out of rhythm like that, you got to bounce back quickly, because now you just let go of free 3 points. So not only are you starting to fall behind, but you just you didn't fall back on your butt. You tumbled backwards. And that's what you want to try to avoid. So we'll see. We'll see how Neil can respond. I mean, Neil does a really good job on this map. Ironically, he says it's one of the easiest maps, and hopefully we'll see what he can do.
Well, it's time to put his money where his mouth is, I suppose. Or I guess put the tournament's money where his mouth... I don't know. Either way, we're going to see that in about a minute or so, if Neil can prevent the downward spiral, because he's now in 4th place. Even Charles managed to overtake him. It's not looking too hot for who was the first seed coming into this. Right? It's so difficult to bring back that momentum, whereas North is still doing really well. Lingo is just running away with it. He's almost 25, 24 points ahead of the next closest person. So I mean, North needs to win like multiple rounds to have a chance of catching up to him, and also Lingo would have to fail quite a bit more. Is Neil driving the track backwards? He is. Okay.
He's going the cut route. A very, very, very long cut route. Yeah, we're gonna
it's
start
certainly
this.
not a shortcut.
Yeah, definitely not. We're gonna start this match off with Neil, and we're gonna start it with North. We're gonna put on that split screen, Ama's favorite split screen, and throw it up there. Neil again does play this map really well, and I believe for a while North had the world record. But Lingo is the first one up in front now. Oh, but Neil!
Oh,
No!
Downward spiral continues.
I guess the caster curse has come alive as Neil makes a huge mistake. I can't even say whether or not he is tired or because he didn't have to play as many matches. But that also could be a thing. Like, a lot of people talk about whether or not playing a lot of matches is good or bad. You start to get tired. But at the same time, sometimes you just get, like, you need more game time to really get yourself going. So, not really sure how to go about it.
It could literally just be a situation where he started off a little bit shaky, and then it's hard to undo that, right? I mean, Neil, if I'm not mistaken, he's only like 18 years old. He's pretty darn young. That that doesn't give for a lot of experience, as opposed to some of like the pros in TMGL, TMCL, where they have a lot of composure. They can crash one round and then drive world record the next. That being said, Neil is up in first place. He's not making the same mistake this time around, and he's looking pretty good. So I think we can tentatively say that he's shaken off the jitters of grand finals and is looking to claw his way back.
Yeah. All right, Amma, how about this one? I think that's a little nicer, no? Charles all the way back and forth, though, but really trying to work his way into this one. Oh, we see one go, and that was Lingo, who flew away as he clipped the inside of that grass. Again, you can really push that inside of that grass, and that can happen. But unfortunately for Lingo, clipping the inside of that grass, and he is out of there for this one.
Well, Neil got a much needed 10 points. It's going to get him a little bit closer to Charles, but you can see like the point differential. He's still 8 points behind. So he's still got a little bit clawing left to go, but he's certainly not out of it. Lingo's only slightly over half of the way to finalist right now. So there's plenty of room for comebacks in this.
Ooh, man. The exit speed coming out of Lingo. Where is this coming from? All the way up in front already. He started a little bit shaky. But now, whoa, Charles!
Whoa,
No, he goes out. Yeah. Fortunately, really tried to push that one, but he went a little bit too inside and could not land properly. So now Lingo is going to be running up ahead. Oh, and we saw North ends up clipping the inside of that wall as well. But Neil is coming out of nowhere. Lingo saw like he had a lot of space, but there's a bit of distance of checkpoints there. But North still, Neil was able to almost clutch that one, 96 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, certainly. But Neil definitely clawing his way back into this. He looks a lot better. He looks much improved over the past couple of rounds. I think whatever he needed to do to get his head in the right space, he's definitely done it. And hopefully no more crashes. I personally love to see closer games. I know these players would love to just steamroll the opposition, but that doesn't seem to be the case outside of maybe Lingo, who's got his moments of just pure dominance thus far this series.
And as you said that, unfortunately, I think Charles snagged the pole during that downward drift, and Neil ends up making a big mistake too. So just like that, we got the battle up in front. Lingo up in front. Not pushing it too hard. Whoa, okay. Gets that corner, but still works it out. Still works out for him. That was
North Sorn. You can hear off in the distance. Coming up to him, North is sneakily doing pretty darn good. Like, he's still a good distance away from Lingo's points, literally 33 points, but he's a decent distance away from Charles and from Neil still.
Can we also just talk about the fact that Lingo also just dropped a 49.5 on that map?
Just casually, yeah, I know what you mean. You just come to expect it, and sometimes you get desensitized to how ridiculous these times are that they're driving.
Yeah, and I mean the funny part is leading up to this week. If anyone was watching my stream, Lingo gave us a little bit of a karaoke time. And apparently, Lingo plays without audio. For anyone that did not know, he has no game audio, and instead he blasts music and sings along with it.
That would make a lot of sense when I popped into voice chat last night at like midnight. Yeah, okay. Well, it's working for him because he's 41 points away from finalist. And the next closest is less than half of the way to finalist. So, hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah, you know, we were asked for a pause, and it looks like Neil had to run off and do something real quick. Funny enough, last time I hosted a tournament and Neil was in the finals, he had to do the same thing. He had to run off to go to the bathroom, and it just seems that it's a finals curse for him. Every time we're ready to go and the match is going, dude's got to run off somewhere. Busy man. But I mean, like if we really just go over what's going on right now, the fact that we saw Lingo and we saw North just taking off, right? They were just killing it at the beginning. And then all of a sudden, Neil and Charles started to wake up a little bit, and they started to play a little bit better. And it's insane how the map can really, really conduct who's going to be the victor. I mean, right now we are on Artificer, which is Charles' pick. Now, mind you, Charles only had 2 maps to pick. He had Artificer or he had E squared. I don't blame him for the choices that he made, seeing that we were stuck with that. All right, we're going to start this one again. Everyone's driving around. Match is starting. Here we go.
Well, if there was ever a time for Charles to hop back into it, at the very least, overtake North in the standings, it would be on his own map pick. Like you said, though, he didn't have a ton of options, so who knows whether this is actually the one he would have chosen anyways.
Yeah, I'm quite curious to what maps North and Charles would have picked if they were up in front. If they were the first and second seed. Ooh, what the heck happened? Charles has got a random slowdown. Oh, he did. I did not see that. I was looking at the other screen with Neil and Lingo battling it up in the front while Cheese Lover is trying to catch up in any way possible.
You do have North actually losing the gear in that uphill, but it looks like Lingo clipped somewhere, so he might be able to challenge for that second place. Neil is just miles ahead of everyone else. He's, unless there's going to be a finish fail, which I mean, he bugged it, but he got in well enough with over half a second to spare, so all's well that ends well for Neil. He is clawing his way back in, and well, Lingo still a bit in the mud because it actually got 4th place. Wow.
Yeah, no, Lingo made a big mistake at the end, and unfortunately had to he ended up banging a wall and had to pretty much walk his way, bleeding from the mouth as he goes into the finish line. But yeah, you're right. That allows Neil to start working his way up, and it looks like Charles ends up making a big mistake. Not really sure exactly what happened back there, but unfortunately, he falls out of this one. So it will be just the 3 of them going at it. Up in front, Lingo and North battling back and forth. Neil is just trying to find any open gap he can to get inside. Lingo, ends up clipping the checkpoint, so he's going to be out of there, and that's going to allow Charles to start trying to creep his way back, but with a plus 2 seconds. I'm not sure if that's going to ever actually happen. North falling a little bit behind Neil as Neil does a good job in that dirt. It sounds like Lingo is not too far behind, but unless someone makes a drastic mistake here in the end, Neil just needs to concentrate through this one. He does, and able to get through that one, and Charles is going to finish this one up. Unfortunately, falling way behind. It is not looking good for Charles right now. He is starting to really lose that gap between him and Neil. And again, we are playing for an increased prize pool. Everyone has a chance to make a little bit more money. There's a difference between 4th and 3rd right now, and it's a $50 difference. You know, Charles, if he cannot get up anymore, he's only going to walk away with $50 American dollars. Well, third place will be at $100, so big difference.
Who just died? Someone,
It looked
Neil.
like Neil.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It is worth noting that the first 2 rounds of this map, he drove within 200ths of his own time. It was 0.925, you can see in the top left, and it was 0.945 in the round just prior to this one. This is going to be Charles' chance, however, to claw his way back in if he can keep that first place spot. I think North is right behind him, a few tenths away, but he does lose the gear again. He seems to have some trouble with that. That's going to give potentially Neil and Lingo both the opportunity to steal second place away. Who knows? I don't think they quite have the speed anymore, so I think the positions are going to stay as is.
Charles!
No
shot. Oh,
No shot.
that one hurts so much. Oh, that is an ain't no way. That is a huge ain't no way. You had such a lead, and to just let it go by slamming into a wall. He didn't even have to risk it. He was fine. He had so much speed already. He had so much, like, he had the big gap between him and second place. And still, Kyle finds a way to ruin another TM player's dreams.
No. That's tragic. Someone clip that one, please. I didn't even realize it until I was watching North's perspective. I was like, wait, Charles is getting a lot closer than he should. It's like, oh, okay, he's not in the finish yet. This is not good. I think he's coming out for a vengeance, though, because he's in third place with a lot of speed. He's looking to challenge all the way up into first. Everyone's keeping it relatively close, but Lingo and Neil up in first.
Man, it's good to bounce back, though. Ooh, I think I saw North ends up slamming into that the wall. Yep, North is going to be out of that one, unfortunately. But can we, like, wow, 1/100th of a second difference between Neil and Lingo. But it won't matter point-wise. 10 points still goes to Neil. Neil is working his way back up into second place. He was falling behind pretty badly, but just to constantly grind his way up, he is looking really good. Moving into this next map. This is the 5th map, E-Squared, made by our very own Ski Freak, the man, the myth, the legend, who makes the craziest maps out there available for you to play.
If he wasn't making the players hate their existence on this map, then would it really be a Ski Freak map?
True. Very true. And I gotta say, we're gonna be going into this one. I will be going into a split screen, and I really want to watch Neil and Lingo because the reality is this is a really good map for the two of them. They both are very good at, like, high stakes, hard challenging, high risk, high reward kind of maps because they both know how to push really hard. But that's what makes it a little scary is that they both push very hard, and that's going to end up potentially costing them. Luckily, that was just a warm-up. Like you saw right there, Neil didn't make that turn. That could happen. Any little thing can happen. There are so many spots to clip or bonk into a wall or hit a pole or, I don't know, do something weird, you know, do the Macarena in the middle of it because this map just really tests you on what you can do at such a high speed.
Well, this time for real, if Lingo wins all 4 rounds, or technically gets second place and then wins the other 3, he could be finalist by the end of this map. It's a bit of a tall ask because this map is Ski Freak map, but it is possible mathematically. He's the only one who could be finalist by the end of this.
Yeah, just as exactly as he said. As a reminder for anyone, because this is the grand finals, it goes up to 140 points now to get finalist, where every other round it was 120. Ooh, Charles really working his way in. Goes for that inside line, but unfortunately does not have the exit speed that the other 3 do have. Ooh, a really nice dirt line from North, allowing him to keep that speed and stay up front. But then it happens. He turns a little too sharp, unfortunately, and bonks out. So that's going to throw him back into 4th place. Charles
is Lingo coming back up in the first?
Oh, Neil ends up making a big mistake. He ends up clipping his wheel a tiny bit against that wall, so that's going to allow Lingo to get there. And now even Charles is trying to fight his way into second place. He's just battling back and forth, but he gets an awkward turn going into that one. And that's going to be Neil who gets second place. Lingo running away with that one. Nicely done by him. So that is 1 of 4 first places he needs to hit that finalist.
Lingo just went from 4th place to 1st, and from like an early bonk all the way up to a pretty hefty 1st place spot. It's just ridiculous. I guess, can we just call that pulling a Lingo nowadays? Because the comeback is just consistent with him when the pressure's on. I mean, he doesn't even need 2 firsts and a second. He needs 2 firsts and a third in order to get up 2 finalists. So he has a little bit of wiggle room. Okay, well, Neil certainly doesn't. He has a pretty nasty crash there, so that's going to be him way down in 4th spot.
Yeah, Neil went flying. Oh, North ends up touching the wall. So now Charles and Lingo, this is Charles' moment. This is seriously what he needs. He needs to get a first place. He has to get that if he wants to try to pull back in this tournament, because right now, unfortunately, makes another tag on the wall. But right now, he's the only person that is not within range of hitting 100 points this round. Really trying to push this one. Goes for the really inside line. Lingo does it cleanly. So does Charles, and North will follow. And Neil is the only one. Neil.
He's taking his 15 seconds of fame.
Even I even think he thought, he was like, wait, I'm not gonna make it. He just yeah, so it's good.
Lingo needs what?
4 points.
3rd place.
Yeah, so correct. If Lingo gets 4th place, he needs 1 more round.
Which would be hilarious, but also tragic for him.
Yeah, but right now he's up in front. Like I said, this is a map where if neither Lingo or Neil make a mistake, this could be easily their map. And as I said that, there he goes again. Neil makes another mistake. Lingo makes a mistake. Now this is a chance for Charles to really make a push. He has to stay in front. He needs these 10 points to get himself in the 90s. North is just behind him. If North gets that, he's going to get himself up nicely in that 100 position. So at this point, he's got to really push this one. Charles is doing a good job, really starting to break away from the rest of the pack, but slows down a little bit more in that dirt than I think he wanted. So North had a chance to catch back up, but Charles is still doing a good job. Again, goes for more of that inside turn. It's scary because you can clip your wheel. Still works out for him. Was starting to lose speed, but he made it work out for himself. So Charles is now at 90 points, and that's a 90 points he really needs, because we're going to be starting back at the top with kickback.
I would also like to point out that Lingo is zooming at those final 2 checkpoints. The split between him and first was 0.5 to 0.3. So he was catching up fast. If that was like 1 block further, he might have been able to snipe away that 2nd place. Also worth noting, Lingo is finalist. There's a chance for him to end it right here and now. Yep. He could be walking away with, I don't know, however many dollars. Randomized is a better idea of that, but
I mean, currently it's $255. I don't know if anyone donated any more money to the prize fund that they can donate to in the NCSA Discord. But yeah, no, they it's still a pretty good amount of money, especially because I believe the North American dollar, or excuse me, the United States dollar is still worth a little bit more than Canadian dollar, if I remember correctly.
Good amount more, yeah.
Yeah, so that's still a lot more money when you win. I mean, I remember I had a team once that competed in Canada, and when I saw how much money we actually made in American, it hurt. Oh, speaking of hurting, and speaking of Canadian, Lingo ends up making a mistake there, bonking out, and that's gonna be a rough one for him. He just needed this one. He could have closed this one out, but instead, right at the end, makes a mistake. Charles, just flipping around in the back end. I mean, morale's just definitely hurting. I feel for Charles right now. Morales are definitely hurting because he's been struggling, but he's still, again, he's in arm's reach. He's not far away. So if he could just kind of rebound himself, it could be really good. Oh, 330 Canadian dollar. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I win this and then go move to Canada? That's a big difference.
Yeah, it's a significant. difference.
All right, Akinator. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get this prize money. You know, actually, it's even worth in Colombia. So we're gonna get this prize money, and we're gonna go hang out with Charles. How about that?
I'm sure Charles would love to claim the prize money for himself, but he's got a little bit more clawing his way back into it. He clawed his way out of the mud. He was pretty far behind for a little while there, but he's really only a couple round wins away from getting a lot closer to that second place spot. I mean, you can see Neil technically in second right now, but North is only 2 points away from that. And of course, they're going to have to play spoiler to Lingo for a while, at least 3 rounds for Neil's sake.
Very true. So we'll see what happens, because this could be North's chance to actually really pull back. I mean, we saw it. North was playing insanely good on this map. So this could be his chance to start pulling back, start denying Lingo from that finalist even more, that win even more. This is going to be a big moment for both Neil and North.
Certainly. Of course, Neil's going to have an easier path to get the finalist. He'd only need to win 3 times, but he gets a really awkward approach there into the grass turn, so he's down in last place for now. North battling it out with Lingo for first place, doing a good job of staving off his Canadian competitor there. Doing well enough, keeping him at arm's length. Lingo really wants it. You can tell he's hungry for this win. He wants to be done and over with right here, right now. Not quite shaken off North, however.
Oh, I saw that coming. No. Somehow he's still alive. But that's it! Oh! GG's, Lingo, you are our first ever Pan American Trackmania Cup winner. You just secured yourself $255. American dollars at least. So congratulations to you, man. That's going to be some nice money in your pocket, especially because currently right now he can't even win his own money in World Tour, but that's another story for another day.
Logistics. We'll worry about that later, or he'll worry about that. But either way, now it's the battle for second, and no one's finalist quite yet. No one's particularly close to finalist, and I don't think anyone can get finalist by the end of this map. I think it's close.
Oh yeah, that's right. Lingo also, I think, called out of work today.
Oh,
yeah, so I think he did. So basically, he just made more money playing this game than he did going to work for a day. Probably. I don't know what his income was like, but yeah, like that just happened.
Well,
Charles! Oh, Charles!
Like, whoa, Charles! Where did he come from?
Really playing that inside line, but it didn't matter. Wow. Are you kidding me? North, wow. Where did that speed come from? Charles went flying ahead. But then at that very last second, somehow, North was able to pull out he pressed B for boost at that point, man. Like,
Charles in the in-game chat, you. Oh god.
he straight out pressed B for boost for that one. That was kind of insane how that just happened.
Oh dear. Well, North. A little bit in the mud, very in the mud. Never mind, he's in third place. He's getting the 4 points. Just wrap it up there. It's between Neil and Charles now. Charles, dangerously close to clipping the outside wall there in the drift.
Oh, you had to say it. You said clip, and he said when.
He said when. Oh, well, he's not out of it yet. Neil is not astronomically far ahead, but he's still about half a second ahead. There's opportunities to clip. But it's really on Charles to find that extra speed, press B for boost again.
Or B for DNF. But yeah, no, that's going to be a Neil round. And you know what? Neil definitely needed that. He needs to kind of jump back. But at the same time, the stupid car. Charles, he's starting to reel it in. He's starting to reel it in. And that's important because he's 2 first places away from pretty much kind of catching up. Obviously, the other 2 will get points as well, but he can catch up. But right now, North and Neil are 1 point all from each other and also about 1 to 2 wins away from getting finalists.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely close between the two front runners, both in points and in this round right now. They're less than a tenth away from each other now, a little bit more, as Neil's getting a slightly better line, but you can see they're neck and neck. Charles pulling up the rear just a little bit. Still an opportunity to catch up, but he's running out of time, running out of track to do so. Coming into the exit, does anyone go for an inside approach? North does, but he clips just a tiny bit. Charles is a little bit closer to that second place. And Neil will go up into the first place for the remaining players in points.
So as long as he finishes one round, doesn't matter what place he's in, he will get finalist mode. Cheese Lover can also get finalist mode next round by just at least getting second place. So Charles just needs to get in first. He just needs to constantly get first place at this point.
Just win, Forehead, obviously.
Yeah, I wish.
Easier said than done. Believe me on that one. But yeah, he's going to have about a minute to warm up on Yoru. Not exactly the easiest map to deal with. We saw basically everyone crash the last time we were here this match, let alone at all today. So,
and of course, the person who picked this map is the one who already won, so he just gets to sit back and watch other people play it.
He gets to laugh at the suffering he's now caused.
Exactly.
The onus is on Charles.
I also am not 100% sure what the settings are, but I think that once the second place person is declared, I think from there it instantly ends too. So even if Charles can't get finalists or whatever, it would be really good for him to push just to, I don't know, maybe jump. I don't know how it would work. I pray that North just messes up a lot and Charles keeps getting first place. Like, that's all I could really say, because if I remember correctly with the settings, whoever does get second place, that's it. We don't do like we've been doing with the consolation third, fourth place. So here we go. We're going into this one, potentially 2, maybe 3 more rounds left of PATC.
Everyone neck and neck thus far. North going for a very inside approach on that reactor turn. Everyone keeping it rather stable right up until the bonk there. So it's going to be Charles versus Neil. Again, Neil just needs to finish in order to get into the finalist spot. So he's really only looking to deny people from getting extra points. And actually, if North gets third place, he does not get finalist this round. And that's pretty large for Neil.
Yeah, and Neil needs to make sure that he can even try to shut down Charles from getting a chance of getting first place. Because one, you don't want him to have those points, even though he ends up making the mistake there. You don't want him to get those points to start reeling himself back in. And two, you don't want to give him that morale booster. You don't want to give him that moment of, like, glimpse and hope. And that's exactly what Charles is getting right now, as he's going to get first place and jump up to 123 points. Lingo will, in fact, go into finalist mode. And unfortunately for North, he's still got a round to go till he gets finalist mode.
Lingo's been out of finalist mode for a little while now, but Neil will, in fact, be in finalist. And yeah, North just needs to finish this round in order to get into finalist himself, but he really wants to beat Neil. Or he really wants Charles to beat Neil, but he wants to beat Neil himself, because that would imply that he gets first place.
Right, exactly. I mean, at this point, both players just want to get Neil out of here. So it doesn't matter what it is, but unfortunately, Charles ends up bumping into the wall really badly there. So he is pretty much out of this one, and it's looking like Neil will be able to walk away with this one. He just needs to he just needs to drive properly. North trying to get in his mind, hoping that Neil will pop open Ghost for a second while he's honking away at him, but it doesn't seem to be working, as Neil is looking to be our second PATC. He takes the silver medal. Congratulations, Neil, for taking second place in our first ever PATC event.
Lingo is our champion. Neil is the reserve champion, and we'll get to see if we actually
Oh, we do get to play
get
it.
to play for third. Okay, so we're still going. Charles needs to win a couple more rounds in order to close it out in third place. North just needs to win right now. Now, Charles has not been having the best of times on this map, and we're actually, I'm not sure if we're guaranteed to close it out if Charles were to win everything for the remainder of this map. But it's worth noting that thus far today, Charles and North are 1-1. Charles got third place in the upper bracket finals. North got first place in the lower bracket finals. So it could be anyone's game. These players are very close to each other in skill level.
This is a rebuttal match between the two of them, and gotta love that. I love when a little bit of rivalries happen. Oh! I hear the horn going. That means that Cheese Lover himself has made a mistake. And Charles again up in front, and Charles,
It's constant.
Charles can definitely run away with this one. He can for sure get finalist mode. I believe there's one more round, if I remember correctly, left in this one,
yeah.
and a new best time this round, a 1:08. Wow, Charles can hear it. He hears the horn. So Charles again needs 2 more rounds, and he has to come in first place both times. He cannot afford to let North win anything. So we were going to be sticking on the split screen so you could just see what's going on at all times. As now it looks like North is going to be the one fighting in the front. Charles will be the one chasing.
For the time being, Charles goes for a more inside approach.
Oh, no,
Plastic
he lost
does
the gear.
lose the gear. That will allow North to get a little bit further ahead, but not unsalvageable for Charles.
No!
That is very much unsalvageable. Yes, a fully respawn. North is going to be seeing that in a split, assuming he plays with any amount of UI on. And he
Quick,
can just
Charles,
take it
start honking your horn.
Start honk. I think he's too far away for that to be heard. North
It's
doesn't
such
even
an
need to drive a good time
unfortunate-
anymore. He just needs to drive a time.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate that happened. It's one of the things that drives me insane about Trackmania is that anything could be, like you can have all these insanely good rounds and then it could just be ruined by one little bonk, and that's it. But congratulations to North. GG's to both of them, as North will take third place in our first ever PATC, and it has been a really fun time doing this, working with the players, working with you, Akinator, and the other casters, running the broadcast. It has been a lot of fun just being able to do all this, and I'm hoping that we will be able to really do PATC events more and more often, as well as just North Central South American NCSA events overall. I know personally I am planning on kind of a big event like this as well, so hopefully I will be able to get that out and going for y'all to enjoy. But Agrinator, you got any closing thoughts?
GG's to all the players. They put up a really good fight regardless whether you got like 26th in the qualifier or first place, of course, Lingo, our champion again. And one quick note, and no, the tournament organizers did not tell me to say this, they didn't know I was going to say this, but given the opportunity to close it out here, I want to make sure that we all show appreciation to all of the tournament admins, to Randomized, Nats, of course CD doing a lot of behind the scenes work, especially on that first day of qualifiers. I know he was probably sweating bullets, and it is not unnoticed, and it is very much appreciated to get more events like this for the NCSA region. So chat, be sure to give your feedback, and especially your thanks to all of the admins here at the PATC event.
Yeah, no, and really big shout out and a thank you as well for all the casters that stepped in. They came in and volunteered for it. So thank you, Jojo. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Shicely. And Akrinator, thank you as well for coming in and casting. It's been an honor. It's been fun. You guys have been able to really drive the story for our players. And thank you to all the players who did come out, who came and played. And, it was a lot of fun. We had a big crowd. And hopefully just from here on, we could just keep growing the scene and getting more and more players involved in the NCSA region. And hopefully at some point these events will help us all work on dominating the actual pro scene one day. So we'll have to we'll see what happens. And finally, thank you to you guys, the viewers, who came out and supported and watched It's been a lot of fun, whether or not you're making fun of me and the way I do my productions or the way I talk, or, you know, or Kyle coming in and just having fun destroying people's dreams with everything, you know, whatever it is. Thank you all for coming in. Thank you very much for watching. Congratulations one more time to Lingo for being our first ever PATC champion. And congratulations to the rest of the players who also got 2nd through 4th. Thank you very much for watching. Once again, he is Acronator. I am Randomized. This is the final time. We are getting out of here, and we will see you all at the next event. Good night.